All right, looks like we are live. And as this gets booted up across all of the different platforms that I'm using, I'm going to read you this quote real quick. Our age has shifted all emphasis to the here and now, and thus brought about a demonization of man and his world, the phenomenon of dictators, and all the miseries they have wrought springs from the fact that man has been robbed of transcendence by the short sightedness of the super intellectuals. Like them, he has fallen a victim to unconsciousness. But man's task is the exact opposite, to become conscious of the contents that press upward from the unconscious. Neither should he persist in his unconsciousness, nor remain identical with the unconscious elements of his being, thus invading his destiny, which is to create more and more consciousness. As far as we can discern, the sole purpose of human existence is to kindle a light in the darkness of mere being. It may even be assumed that just as the unconscious affects us, so the increase in our conscious affects the unconscious. That is from Carl Jung's Memories, Dreams, and Reflections. So today, folks, we are going to talk about the modern prophets and the postmodern dystopia right after the intro. All right, folks, welcome. This is All Minus One. My name is Bill. I hope you all are having a lovely Sunday afternoon. It's a very nice day out. A little steamy around here, but it's still quite nice. And I hope all of you who are out there celebrating the 4th of July are having a great time. It's a great holiday in this country of the United States that we live in. It's the founding of it. It's the basis of that men have the right to rule and live for themselves, which is amazing. I'm sorry if the color keeps shifting. I don't know what that looks like on stream, but I can tell you right now, I can see it on StreamYard, so the color is shifting back and forth. My camera's doing that. Uh, Maybe I can see if I can fix that somewhere along the lines here. In any case, guys, we are streaming on YouTube, Rumble, DLive, and Entropy. So if you don't like one of those platforms, go to another one. Last week, I shut off YouTube and streamed for another half an hour over on the other platforms because YouTube doesn't allow you to say whatever you would like, even if you are correct, and they are pushing misinformation themselves. So that is a thing. Today we won't be doing that though, because I want to talk about the prophets of the past from the modern era and the postmodern dystopia that we currently live in. And so we're going to watch a bunch of videos that just are on a wide variety of topics, but as always, I will bring it back around and interconnect them. And hopefully by the end of today, you'll have a better understanding of things going on in the world. So I'm going to start off with the one of the most important men to've ever lived. Uh, Completely fundamentally changed the way that we view the world, and that is Sir Isaac Newton. Newton invented calculus as well as the laws of physics, of course. Now, he did have a contemporary who apparently invented calculus, some means or some sort of calculus around the same time separately. And we know today that Archimedes, over a thousand years before, had invented calculus, but it was not discovered by anyone until very recently. But the most important thing about Isaac Newton is that he was a very actually astute religious scholar. And so we're going to watch this little video on him real quick here and talk about that and talk about great men like this. And then I'm going to shift into another very important figure and the prophecies in which he laid that have all come true throughout the 20th century.
A list of the most influential people of all time wouldn't be complete without Sir Isaac Newton. Newton's laws are tied to almost everything we see in everyday life. They help us understand how cars work, how baseballs move, how anything moves. Yet there was a secret side to this 17th century scientist, which will become clear by the end of this story. By his mid-20s, Newton had already invented calculus. Not bad for the son of an illiterate farmer. He would never meet his father, who died 3 months before his birth, on Christmas Day, 1642, in the small English.
By the way, you want to create geniuses of any sort. This is generally what you do. You kill their dad or something. You let them be tormented and suffer when they're young, and for some reason that tends to express very well. It tends to express very well the genius, the mad genius in people. It's a very common thing, and the end of his life, what happened to Newton, is a very common thing with these super geniuses as well, and that is he went insane. There are explanations why he went insane, but the Nietzsche also went insane, and the inventor of set theory. If you don't know what set theory, it's a mathematical formulation that you probably had to learn in college if you took college level math, or you had to learn if you took calculus or something like that. And the guy who invented it went insane himself. This is how these things go.
Village of Woolsthorpe Manor, in the county of Lincolnshire. He was a premature baby and so small, he was later told he could fit inside a quart mug. He barely survived. When Newton was 3, his mom remarried and moved to a nearby village to live with a wealthy clergyman. Newton was left behind in the care of his grandparents. That abandonment scarred him. Years later, he wrote a list of his sins, recalling an outburst from childhood, threatening my father and Mother Smith to burn them and the house over them. He was a curious child, more interested in mechanics than making friends. He carved this sundial as a 9-year-old. When he was 12, he enrolled at a local grammar school. His signature can still be seen by a windowsill of the King's School today. After the death of his stepdad, his mother tried to remove him from school so he could be a farmer, a prospect that he dreaded. Luckily, the schoolmaster convinced his mother to send him back to class, where he gained the knowledge necessary to enter the University of Cambridge in 1661, paying his way by working as a valet.
So there's a couple things. This is a lot of information really fast about Newton, but there's a couple of things there that was brought up. He was born sickly and small. In today's world and today's society, the idea is that if anyone's going to be sickly or small, there might be some sort of mental challenge that we can just discard that person. We don't have to worry about their contributions of their life. So I keep freezing up here on StreamYards. I don't know why. Anybody in the chat want to let me know if the audio's been fine? I don't really care if I freeze, but it's kind of funky here right now. Anyways, so there we go again. So Newton had, a family that wanted him to get away from the arts and sciences, and obviously the world would be different today if they and their plans were correct. Just because I think family is very important, right? The unit of the family is very important, but it doesn't mean that people are just because the family itself is important doesn't mean that all families are correct in the way that they operate, right? I watched the other day, I ran to the store and I watched somebody yelling at their kid, like this little, I don't know, 4, maybe 5-year-old kid, yelling and screaming at him. To get in the car, cussing at him. When it's like, no, you just go pick them up and you don't let them pout. You put them in the car yourself and you don't get mad. You don't do any of those things. Interesting. Looks like I'm froze again. I'm not quite sure what the technical issue is because I don't generally have them like this. Anyways, there is obviously a lot of things that parents do to their children that's detrimental to them, and it is this idea, as the quote in which I started off with, that you are supposed to bring your light into the world and make it a better place in whatever way that you can. And often the people around us and surrounding us are the ones who are hindering us from doing that. And parents are very good at that as well. And I don't just mean like, propping up anything your kid wants to do, but, acknowledging what they are good at and helping them, pursue it and help guide them and do the important things. When I was young and wanted to be an artist and was into drawing, I would sit down and draw for hours. I'll stop my camera, see if that does it. Gooding. Hey, you guys let me know if my voice is coming through fine, because for some reason the camera is glitching like crazy. But yeah, as a young person who was wanting to make a life of artistic work, my parents encouraged that. They got me into classes. I used to take. I mean, I was like 10 or something. I was taking adult classes with art classes taught outside of school because it was what was available. That's the kind of stuff that good parents do. And instead of trying to mold their kids into what they think they should be, you allow them to develop with guidance.
Although he studied the works of the ancient Greek philosophers, he questioned their theories, writing in his notebook in Latin, "Plato is my friend, Aristotle is my friend, but my best friend is truth." He vowed to find the truth through rigorous scientific experimentation. His time as an undergrad was unremarkable, but the extraordinary circumstances that happened next would set the stage for his greatest achievements. Shortly after receiving his bachelor's degree in 1665, the bubonic plague ravaged Europe and would take the lives of an estimated 1 out of every 4 people in London. The pandemic forced Newton to work from his childhood home for the next 2 years and would lead to his most amazing breakthroughs. He used a prism to discover that white light and sunlight is made up of the colors of the rainbow. The widely held belief at the time was Aristotle's theory that color was a mix of black and white. To prove his theory, Newton built a reflecting telescope that used mirrors rather than lenses, leading to a more accurate image. That's a whole lot safer than the time he stuck a sewing needle into his eye socket to figure out if altering his eye shape would change his perception of color.
The mad genius again stuck a sewing needle into his eye socket. Ah, but willing to do unconventional things to figure out what is going on, right? I mean, that's certainly that's a level. That is a level. But yeah, and we're talking about here, guys. We're talking about the this is considered the early modern period. This is the late 1600s, if I'm not mistaken. Um, let me clarify that real quick. I want to remembers. Oh man, this is gonna be a fun stream if I getting this lag and stuff. It wouldn't even let me pull up. Yeah, yeah, 1642 to 1762 or 67. Hmm. Anyways, yeah. So this is what's called the early modern period by historians right now. This is the tail end of the Renaissance and going into the Enlightenment, of course. Before we are at that period of history where we are at now, in accordance to historians. It's really interesting how I take a historicist approach, I think, as all Christians should, to the world, but in science, it's not really seen that way. Yet they categorize it exactly that way, as there are these certain ages that we go through in humanity. Try Bill Gates trying to take over your PC. It might be because it seems to be in my system, not just StreamYards. It might just be that I have so much crap on my computer and I need to clear it out that it's affecting it. I don't know. Um, I'm not the best at those maintenance kind of things.
Outside the family home was also an apple tree, the famous apple tree. Legend has it that Newton was sitting beneath the tree when an apple bonked him on the head, prompting him to think about gravity, the force that brings things down. There's no evidence to suggest the fruit actually fell on his head, but he did ask the question that helped unlock our understanding of the universe. Could the same force reach all the way to the moon? He reasoned that the same gravitational pull kept the moon orbiting around Earth rather than wandering off, and he believed this could also explain the movement of our planets in the solar system. The mathematics at the time wasn't sophisticated enough to determine the motion of these objects, so Newton invented his own form of math, calculus. There was a dispute over who actually invented calculus. When German mathematician Gottfried Leibniz published his paper on calculus in 1684, Newton claimed he'd done the same work 20 years earlier. The thing is, Newton was so secretive that he hadn't actually made his efforts public because he couldn't stand the scrutiny of his work. When Leibniz appealed to the Royal Society in London, Newton wielded his influence as the Scientific Academy's president to get it to side with him. Most historians agree that the two discovered calculus independently. In 1667, after the end of the plague, he returned to the university to continue his research as a fellow. He was a workaholic. Sometimes he'd forget to eat. Just 2 years later, while still in his mid-20s,
This is how I get. If given, given the time when I get into a project or something, I literally I won't eat, I won't I won't sleep. I would just focus all of my energy onto those things. Um, it's a mind obsessed with trying to solve a problem or create something, right? And some of you might not understand that. And so this is why I want to highlight this, because this is, again, a very exceptional person. Literally has influenced everything in our world today because of his genius.
He obtained one of the most prestigious academic posts in the world, the Lucasian Professor of Mathematics, later held by none other than Stephen Hawking. Yet he was indifferent to his students. One time when no one showed up for class, he is said to have lectured to an empty room. His true passion lay in research. In 1687, he published his masterpiece, The Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, often referred to simply as Principia, one of the most important works ever written. This was his own first edition copy. It was here that he laid out his law of universal gravitation, as well as his 3 laws of motion. The first describes how an object acts when no force is acting upon it. For example, a rocket stays still until a force is applied to it. The second law tells us that the more mass an object has, the more force it'll take to move it. A larger rocket requires more fuel to make it accelerate. The final law states that for every action, there is a reaction. The engine produces hot exhaust gases which flow through the rear of the rocket. In reaction, a thrusting force is produced, pushing the rocket skywards. Newton may be considered one of the greatest scientists the world has ever known, yet he actually contributed more words to theology. Newton believed the Bible
And that's very important. Now, they're going to explain that he never published his theological writings himself, but they have been published. There's, I think, over 7,000 pages or something. It's a lot. It's a lot of writing, a lot of work. By the way, this is this video you can find on YouTube or probably anywhere else. The Secret Side of Sir Isaac Newton. I don't remember where I got this from, what channel, but I'm pretty sure it says somewhere in here, which is why I didn't notate it. But I'm pretty sure if you type that in as well, it'll just come straight up. If you like videos like this. Uh-oh.
provided the code to the natural world, and by carefully studying the holy texts, he could predict the future. He believed the apocalypse would happen in the year 2060, with the caveat, it may end later, but I see no reason for its ending sooner. He foresaw a period marked by war and catastrophe, followed by the second coming of Christ and the beginning of a new divine era. His religious side was largely hidden from the public all the way until 1936, when Sotheby's auction.
I kind of breezed by that because I was busy doing something else. Yeah. He believed
Apocalypse would happen in the year 2060, with the caveat, it may end later, but I see no reason for its ending sooner.
And why is that? Because certain world events had to take place. There's certain mathematical numbers given in the Bible as far as a span of time, years to come. There's much debate about it. Some people believe that those numbers are literal numbers, and there are actually there's good evidence to believe that that's an actual time frame. And but that time frame was most certainly used before and applied to the coming of Christ, which is why we can say when you go through the Old Testament biblical prophecies that Christ, the man Jesus or Yeshua, was fulfilled all of the prophecies from before. That's a fundamental tenet of the Christian faith, and actually converts a lot of people. Converted Lee Strobel, what's his name? The guy that does oh, I can't think of his name. The guy that does like forensics and does like forensic Christianity stuff. I forget. Wallace, Warner Wallace, or whatever his name is. And he's actually a detective. He's a cop, so he knows how to dig. But the more interesting thing to me is the where we are at, the dystopia that is unfolding in front of us and is becoming stronger and stronger and more powerful. And I've told you numerous times that the Chinese are looking toward 2050 as their goal to be the world economic power and military might of the world. Now, there are folks, and originally I thought about talking about this week. There are folks out there who don't believe that China actually has that much power. They think that they're in an economic, uh, they're about to be in an economic downturn. They're in a population downturn. Everybody's in a population downturn, by the way. That's just globally because the industrialized system encourages people to not have children, and then it also at the same time is slowly sterilizing everybody. Um, and whether you believe that's intentional or unintentional, it is a fact that is 100% happening. We see it. We see the rates of decline of birth. We see the rates of decline in sperm. We see the rates of decline in proper sexual hormonal functioning. And then we have this problem with the androgyny, which is a symbol or a sign or an alarm, if you would, that our society is on the verge of collapse. It's always happened this way. Yeah, it hasn't stopped certain parties from trying, right? But more importantly than the collapse, the potential collapse of China as a power and their demographic decline and all this other stuff is the systems that they are using. The systems the um, of the social credit score and all of those other things, right? So we're going to talk about a lot of this stuff as we go on through the show today. Good evening, Bill, and everyone here. But I'm a ghost because I'm with the family. Oh yeah, dude, Ignatius, I get it. It's for. I actually don't expect anyone to be watching this live today. Um, I'm doing this for consistency's sake, and we missed the Incest by the Memes Wednesday. I actually meant to actually address this, but I'll address it now. If you guys are watching that show, is that we are probably going to go on hiatus for a little bit for various reasons. There's a bunch of reasons. But we will stream again. But I think we're probably going to end up going on hiatus until fall time on that show because Tank is quite busy right now with his work. I have stuff to do. I'm trying to get a book written uh, by September-ish, and I mean I've even cut my work hours down to about 25, 30 hours versus the 50, 60 hours I was working. So um but we are going to keep pushing on here. In any case, yeah. So the systems are failing, and at the same time, all the experts predicted this and yet did nothing about it, right? Other than bloviate about what they should do, and then. Of course, you have Klaus Schwab coming to the rescue. Of course, he was one of the experts predicting this. So again, we'll talk about all of this here in a bit. But I do find it interesting that one of the most intelligent men who have ever lived, one of the most influential geniuses, believed that the world was going to end around 2060, or at least not anytime sooner than that. All right, video.
May end later, but I see no reason for its ending sooner. He foresaw a period marked by war and catastrophe, followed by second coming of Christ and the beginning of a new divine era. His religious side was largely hidden from the public all the way until 1936, when Sotheby's auctioned off his theological manuscripts. They ended up in the hands of a Jewish scholar before being given to the State of Israel, 7,500 pages in Newton's own handwriting. He did hold unorthodox views of Christianity by rejecting the Trinity, the belief in the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, and also fought against the attempt by King James II to Catholicize the universities.
By the way, I don't think that all of that 7,500 pages has been released. I think it's only a small excerpts that they've actually released in book form. Of course, you can get his treatise on Daniel and the Book of Revelations if you'd like to check those things out. And his thought, I can tell you that some things are in it are more coherent than others because of the way he's going about. It's his own personal notes. He's going about dissecting it and clearing out his thoughts, right?
which got him elected as a member of parliament, where he served 2 brief terms. Apparently, the only thing he said on the record was to request that a window be closed. Newton also had another unknown side to him. He spent 25 years secretly studying alchemy, the search for a method to turn common metals into gold. This is a manuscript where Newton wrote down a recipe thought to be a step toward concocting the mythical philosopher's stone.
So there's a dualness to alchemy. Alchemy is primitive chemistry. Scientists will tell you potentially otherwise, uh, because they're all haughty and high-minded and oh, how dare those people of the past do these things? Um, those poor people, they just didn't know. It's like, yeah, no, they understood certain things better than you. Actually, the truer, deeper meanings of alchemy are about transforming oneself, and it's part of the inner world of the unconscious and the collective unconscious and your spiritual growth in your ascension and into let's say godhood. And this is one of the things that with alchemy and the occult and other things, other esoteric knowledge, they sort of commingle with Christianity, but there are different ends. And that's the thing. There have always been different ends, but these things have always been there and always influenced these people throughout the ages. And so I don't know what Newton's stance was on alchemy. What I do know is what they're about to tell you is because he messed with heavy metals, he went insane.
Now popularized in the Harry Potter series. Alchemists believed it could even help humans achieve immortality. Unfortunately, Newton may have gotten mercury poisoning from all the time spent in the laboratory. Examinations of his hair after his death found high levels of the toxic compound, which scholars believe could explain his mental breakdown in 1693 when he lost grip on reality. He wrote letters accusing the few friends he had of conspiring against him. He suffered from insomnia and depression. The personal crisis lasted a year and a half. Not too long after, he ended his 30-year career at Cambridge. In 1696, he moved to London to help run the Royal Mint. Britain's finances were in ruins because of the rampant practice of clipping off pieces of coins.
Which is a inflationary measure, guys. That's the old way they used to inflate. Who knew snorting liquid mercury melted his brain? Yeah.
Counterfeiting was also an issue. Newton used his scientific precision to improve the accuracy of coin making as warden and then master of the mint. He also took it upon himself to prosecute culprits, some of whom ended up hanging from the gallows. His later years would be spent further cementing his reputation.
Look at this painting, how big his head is. It looks like Mastermind, or Megamind, Megamind, yeah, Mastermind. The hell?
And sometimes that meant trying to erase his rivals from the history books. Another ugly dispute involved a brilliant scientist named Robert Hooke, who contended he was the one who gave Newton the notion that led to his theory of gravity and wanted credit. In response, Newton is accused of using his powers as president of the Royal Society to get rid of the only known portrait of Hooke. None exists to this day. Newton succeeded in getting the legacy he wanted. In 1705, Queen Anne of England knighted him during a royal visit to the University of Cambridge, making him Sir Isaac Newton, a complicated man who remained reclusive yet desperately wanted to be remembered, who threw himself into his work at the cost of all hobbies and never married, who was a man of science and also a man of faith. Newton died in his sleep on March 20, 1727, and was buried at Westminster Abbey. The Latin inscription on his grave reads, "Here lies that which was mortal of Isaac Newton." His immortal legacy continues to mold our modern world. The English poet Alexander Pope was so moved by Newton's accomplishments, he wrote the famous epitaph, "Nature and nature's laws lay hid in night. God said, 'Let Newton be,' and all was light." For Newsthink, I'm Cindy Palm.
Well, there you go. Now you have credit. And yeah, fascinating man, right? Interesting. Obviously, at his level of intellect and whatever else, he had He might have been maybe what we call autistic these days. He had some trouble with the social interaction though, and that seems to be pretty typical. You get to a level of intelligence, and it becomes very difficult to be socially uh, adept because people just aren't at your level. They're not seeing the things that you see. You have to let things go. When you're a lot more intelligent than other folks. So, and that doesn't have to be actually a huge, huge gap. I mean, we all run into people who have 105, 110 IQs, 100 IQs every single day. Uh, and we're talking about like 115, really that level where you can do basic college stuff, at least the way when college used to be college, and they didn't just let everyone go in now, or like they do now, that is. Um, but yeah, like 10 to 20 points, if you're higher than people's, like you're going to see them a lot differently. And so I think it's important to keep yourself grounded if you are intelligent and not be a horrible person or an elitist for that matter, right? Like you shouldn't assume that you're better than those folks, that there's something you can learn from them uh, just because they're not as intelligent as you. I'll tell you right now, Tolstoy, in his confession, writes very specifically that it was the simple people, the simple everyday laborers. And here's a guy who was an intellectual, thought very highly of himself, was having a nervous breakdown, could not stand himself, wanted to commit suicide on the daily, but he was too coward to do so. And he found solace in Christianity and in specifically the people, the basic salt of the earth people, your day laborers, not your high-minded intellectuals. And as I've mentioned before, the worship of the gnosis is the problem. There's nothing wrong with having intelligence and intellect. It is the worship of it, and it is the hubris in which it brings that is the problem, right? Because no matter what we know, we don't know everything, and there is so much more that we do not know, and it will always be the case. So that brings me to this video from the Academy of Ideas. Of course, you all should know this channel. It is one of the greatest channels on YouTube out there, has been around for a long time. They discuss philosophy and psychology all the time, and they are probably one of the greatest pro-liberty channels out there because they get into the deeper thoughts on why liberty is moral and how totalitarianism comes about. So I'm going to play this for you guys, and it is Nietzsche's. We've talked about many times here, but it's a good explanation. Uh, we're going to talk about Nietzsche's morality, his master and slave morality, the morality of the higher man and the herd. And this theme we're going to talk about throughout the rest of the show today. But the reason why I brought up Newton first is because Newton represents the higher man.
In the preface to his classic work on the genealogy of morality, Nietzsche wrote, "What if a regressive trait lurked in the good man, likewise a danger, an enticement, a poison, a narcotic, so that the present lived at the expense of the future, perhaps in more comfort and less danger, but also in a smaller-minded, meaner manner, so that morality itself were to blame if man never attained the highest power and splendor possible for the type man, so that morality itself was the danger of dangers."
So he posits this question, right? And what if a regressive trait lurked in good men, likewise a danger, an enticement, a poison, a narcotic, so that the present lived at the expense of the future? That is, the people in the present live at the expense of the people of the future. What is our society based around right now? What is Social Security? What is every little Ponzi scheme that the government puts forth? It is at the expense of the future generations. That's what's going on. Medicaid, Medicare, all that. And it isn't just the future generations. It's the generations that are here now that have suffered because of this mindset. And it all goes back to the herd morality, but we'll get into that.
Most people do not question why things are considered morally good or evil. Rather, uncritically and largely unconsciously, they adopt the value judgments of good and evil dominant within their society. For the past 2,000 years, the dominant morality in the West, according to Nietzsche, has been an anti-natural morality, which, in his words, turns against the instincts of life. Nietzsche foresaw this morality as reigning over the Western world for the foreseeable future, and was to him the danger of dangers, a morality in which all individuals, even those with the potential to rise above the mediocre mass, are pressured into becoming a smaller, almost ridiculous type, a herd animal, something eager to please, sickly and mediocre.
Sickly and mediocre, yes, but the herd animal, what do you do with cattle? What are you? Are you a debt slave? Yes, you are. Is everyone on this planet a debt slave? Basically. This is how the masters see you. This is what they want to reduce you to. The anti-morality that he's speaking of isn't some notion of niceness or, not standing up for yourself in a certain time, although that's part of it, right? It is more akin to what we are doing today, again, with our children, where how we're manipulating them for our own needs, for our own will. We're seducing them in order to fulfill something inside of us or to make ourselves cool and fun. Um, you know, to virtue signal, because the dark triad rules your life. This is the same morality that is basically telling people that they should go abort their babies. They shouldn't have children because it's a moral good to not perpetuate the species as the planet is dying. This is absurd. Well, hello, Spook. All right, video, play. I've clicked the buttons, folk. Let me click it again.
Why has an anti-natural morality, a poison which has spread through the entire body of mankind, gained dominion over Western civilization? To answer this question, Nietzsche's categorization of individuals into two distinct types, the higher human beings and those who belong to the herd, must be examined. Within the category of the higher human beings, there are two main types. There are creative geniuses, the men of great creativity, the really great men, according to my understanding, who, through a rare combination of nature and nurture, are able to devote their life to a craft and bestow upon the world astounding works of beauty.
And Nietzsche would have been, I mean, you must consider him part of this, right? He may not have thought of himself as part of this. He probably did, but I don't know if he was so much arrogant as very, very cynical, right? Again, he had like Newton had a rough childhood. Very, very common. But again, there are the great men, but there are others who are also higher men, and they are the regular, average, everyday Joes like you and I who strive to not live in mediocrity.
Along with creative geniuses, there are the more numerous higher humans who do not scale the heights of genius, and thus hidden from the public eye, their lives are without songs and singers. Yet the lives of these higher humans are not qualitatively different from the life of the creative genius. Both share similar character traits which separate them from the herd. Higher humans have a unifying life project and are consumed by the drive to actualize their lofty goals. This unifying project is not undertaken for short-term gratification, but as a result of the higher man's vast historical perspective, is a form of work performed under the eye of centuries, a goal whose effects will remain long after the physical death of the higher man.
Like Sir Isaac Newton, right? How did that video end? It ended by saying his legacy lasts with us forever. He has an immortal legacy, right? Unless all of the history books of the world are burned and destroyed and everyone's knowledge is wiped, Isaac Newton's name will remain as one of the most influential people in history, much like Plato or Aristotle.
As Nietzsche wrote in Human All Too Human, the modern individual focuses too narrowly on his own short lifespan, and wants to pluck the fruit himself from the tree he plants, and so no longer likes to plant those trees that demand a century of constant tending and are intended to provide shade for long successions of generations.
And you've probably heard this before about planting a tree and the successive generations. Well, that's from All Too Human. And we have to think of what the future is beyond us. Now, in Christ, he says, don't worry about the things of today or the things of tomorrow, because today has its own problems, enough of its own problems. That is the aspect of living in the day. But obviously, people had to make plans for certain things, right? You have to do certain things to prepare for what's coming down the road. And if it were true that you weren't to do any of that, then we wouldn't have so many prophecies in the scriptures, warnings telling us of what's coming in the future. But the bigger, I think, message there is that don't be anxious. God will take care of you. If you are doing good, if you are being righteous, if you are raising, as in the beginning quote I had here from Jung, your consciousness, right? You're taking your unconscious and making it conscious. You're struggling. You're working on the inner man and the inner self. Well, he'll take care of you. But so few people do that. So few people care. Most people have to hit a brick wall. They have to become like addicted to drugs, hardcore, be drunks, lose their family, go through a divorce. Someone has to have an affair, or they have one themselves, and they don't, because it's all pleasure, and then they comes out, and then the circumstances completely crushes them. That's what most people go through because they never started from the beginning of trying to understand themselves, restrain themselves, or even care to think about the long-term second, fourth, fifth, 10th, 11th, 100th order consequences. What you do, the little things that you do are important. And I'm not demanding perfection from any of you or anyone. I think God doesn't even demand that, but it's the striving toward the perfection. It is the working the things out that is important. And our society doesn't care about that at all. In fact, it embraces the imperfection and the evil.
For this type of lofty work, the higher man requires his solitude and freedom from the herd, the innumerable small and pitiable men, as Nietzsche wrote. The concept of greatness entails being noble, wanting to be by oneself, being able to be different, standing alone and having to live independently. Standing alone and living independently.
By the way, that picture would have been perfect if it was on a mountaintop.
The higher man remains oblivious to the petty concerns which occupy the herd, and is immune to both the praise and criticism emanating from the mouths of the many. There is a solitude within him that is inaccessible to praise or blame, his own justice that is beyond appeal. Aware of the momentous task which lies before him and the potential for greatness which lies within him, the higher man feels a sense of reverence towards himself, and even in the presence of great suffering, affirms life as a proud and well-turned-out human being who says yes, who is sure of the future, who guarantees the future. In contrast to these higher humans, there exist the many, the herd. The herd is composed of two types, the last man and the slave. The
last man, this is fundamentally important to understand. If you don't know Nietzsche, and mind you, reading Nietzsche can be difficult because he packs a lot of information very tightly. A lot of philosophers do this. So they pack a lot of information very tightly with some very poetic language, if you would. And it's not always so decipherable to some minds. But thankfully, there are channels like the Academy of Ideas. Of course, I've talked about Nietzsche numerous times. or people like Jordan Peterson who can walk you through these things if you don't quite get it. But I'm telling you right now, you need to keep the last man in mind because this is very important to what is happening. And Nietzsche was a prophet.
Last man is the quintessential mediocre man, striving solely for comfort and contentment, an end which makes him lazy and contemptible. The last man is wholly devoid of any creative urge within, and blind to higher values which render creativity possible. The slave, in contrast, is a weak and sickly human being, who suffers from himself and is filled with what Nietzsche called ressentiment, a festering hatred of life generated by feelings of impotence in the face of an external reality he feels to be overpowering and threatening. There is among men, wrote Nietzsche, as in every other animal species, an excess of failures, of the sick, degenerating, infirm, who suffer necessarily. The successful cases are, among men too, always the exception. The presence of ressentiment conjures feelings of envy within the slave towards all those who do not suffer as they do, namely, the higher human beings. This envy motivates the slave to take vengeance on the higher humans, banding together to obtain a communal feeling of power, the only type of power available to the slave, and under the pretext of calls for equality, the slave attempts to bring down to a more mediocre level all those higher than him through the construction of a slave or herd morality.
So again, as I've been developing and writing about this concept of the synthetic society, this would be the synthesized person. They um, they don't really have any grasp of themselves. They don't really have any ideas. They are just operators in the system, and the system is, of course, because they're synthesized, conflicting, right? Because the synthesis, at least in the Hegelian aspect, is actually literally taking conflicting uh, perspectives and amalgamating them into a whole perspective together. You get into someone like Kierkegaard, and he's like, no, you can't do that. Can't do that. Can't do that at all. But Kierkegaard was a hardcore philosopher, very black and white. Um, on the aspect though of these synthesized people, they're just kind of, oh, this is the way life is. This is kind of society. This is I'm just drifting along in this, and this is where you get your SJWs who are low in verbal IQ, right? And that's a reference back to Jordan Peterson and one of his post-grad students and an interview they did with Lauren Southern some years ago. And that's on Peterson's. No, that's not on Peterson's channel. I think that's on Rebel News, actually. But you get this. You get this mindset of disenfranchisement and entitlement, and if spun up correctly and controlled correctly, as it has been in the synthetic society, you will get these revolutionary acts. And we're seeing that right now with the whole Roe v. Wade issue, which people are literally saying the federal government banned abortion. I went into work Monday and my manager said something to me, and he's a cool guy, like my manager, but he said something to me about being, Roe v. Wade being banned. I was like, or not Roe v. Wade, sorry, abortion being banned. And I said, no, it wasn't. And he was like, looked at me funny. I was like, no, it was just overturned to the states. It was just turned to the states because it's a Ninth and 10th Amendment issue. Everyone likes to say the 10th, but there's that Ninth Amendment, the people, there's that thing. Let's talk about that some more. But this is, again, part of the synthetic society. And the news is saying that. And these people are getting spun up. They have no idea what they're talking about. No clue.
The morality that would unself man is the morality of decline par excellence. The fact, I am declining, transposed into the imperative, all of you ought to decline. This only morality that has been taught so far, that of unselfing, reveals a will to the end. Fundamentally, it negates life. A herd morality inverts the natural values of life. The individual who is strong and independent, who attains feelings of power spontaneously through their creative endeavors and great health, is deemed by herd morality to be evil. On the other hand, all those who belong to the herd, the mediocre last men and the weak and impotent slaves, the vengeful disguised as judges, are deemed to be good.
What is going on right now in our society? The herd morality is deemed to be good. This is the recipe for a tyrannical society. What happened in the French Revolution with the herd morality? Well, they started killing each other, right? Uh, the French Revolution actually could have been far more bloody than it was. They just happened to imprison like, I don't know what, 500,000 people or whatever it was. Um, of course, most people when in prison don't do well. You should look up medieval prisons and torture techniques. It's quite brutal. It's quite evil. And they're and we can talk at long extents about the church and Christianity, and I will always make this distinction. There is the church in Christ, and then there is the organizations that call themselves churches, and they're generally political powers. And the scriptures tell us that this stuff's gonna what would happen. We knew it would happen, uh, but people missed it, and they went along with it. And so Christianity gets framed quite often for the evils that the church did, and that those churches again were political bodies. They had nothing to do with actual religion. And when we get into in the future here, I'm going to talk on Thursdays, maybe this Thursday if I have a chance. Um, we're going to get into a lot of these things on this channel and some of the deeper meanings behind it. One of the things I want to talk to you about on this is with Carl Jung, a perspective from Carl Jung and Baudrillard and his book Simulation and Simulacra. So there's some interesting thoughts that kind of combine there. And Jung specifically, because Jung got it. Jung understood that the point of all of it isn't the church. The church doesn't save you. I know the church teaches that, but that's not correct. Christ saves you. Christ has to stand at the center of everything. So it is part of Nietzsche's referendum on the church. He criticizes the church because the church hid or took away the proper understanding of these things. And that has made our societies suffer.
As Nietzsche put it in Ecce Homo. Finally, this is what is most terrible of all. The concept of the good man signifies that one sides with all that is weak, sick, failure, suffering of itself. The principle of selection is crossed. An ideal is fabricated from the contradiction against the proud and well-turned-out human being who says yes, who is sure of the future, who guarantees the future. And he is now called evil. And all this was believed as morality. Herd morality is the danger of dangers because of its ability to seduce those anxious and fearful in the face of the uncertainty and isolation associated with striving for greatness.
And if you give these people the proper amount of identity and power, let's say via social justice, then what you have is this dejected person with a lack of real empathy or morality who then gets to unleash their resentfulness upon the world. All
In
right,
the
video, play.
confusion of their development, longing to rest from themselves for once so as to be free from what oppresses them, herd morality acts as a siren's voice, which offers the potential higher man a way to escape from his burdensome fate, into the comfort of mediocrity and immersion in the mass. If herd morality becomes too effective in bringing down all that is higher and extraordinary, nihilism will creep over the world. Without the higher values embodied by the higher men, creativity, works of astounding beauty, and the capacity to strive for ideals will be absent. Instead, The values of comfort and contentment, so cherished by the herd, will be worshipped as the supreme values, and as a result, the herd will engulf all of mankind, and existence will be deprived of its great character.
So again, the herd values comfort. They value material things, material good. And again, Nietzsche was no fan of socialism and its forms in his day. So he understood a lot of things. In fact, Nietzsche, and we will talk about with this idea in later video toward the end today, Nietzsche actually got things right, but he didn't put it at the right place. His idea of the Uberman, the higher man, the highest man, if you would, that's Christ. But he didn't get it. He didn't understand because the church had obscured these things. They had made people detached from all that. They neglected their responsibility. So Nietzsche got a lot right. Um, and it's very important to understand this. And it's very important that this was written in the 1800s and we are watching it being played out today. StreamYard's giving me the business today, guys.
Nietzsche's fears of such a world were expounded in a passage from On the Genealogy of Morality. We can see nothing today that wants to grow greater. We suspect that things will continue to go down, down, to become thinner, more good-natured, more prudent, more comfortable, more mediocre, more indifferent. Here precisely is what has become a fatality. Together with the fear of man, we have also lost our love of him, our reverence for him, our hopes for him, even the will to him. The sight of man now makes us weary. What is nihilism today, if it is not that? We are weary of man.
Amen. That's exactly what it is. We hate ourselves, and self-hatred directed in that manner is a clear sign that we don't know who we are, that we're not living up to what we should be, to not just our potential, but the inner man, the real self, and what that represents and who that is for you, right? Because we're all different. We have different talents, different aspects of ourselves. We have different characteristics that can improve the world. And we don't talk about our light being shined on the world anymore. We talk about how dark and evil man is. We talk about man as a virus destroying the earth. That is not what we are. That is satanic. That is demonic. Human beings are divine of God, and we are meant to be caretakers of not just other men, but the entire earth, and we are meant to spread our light throughout the world. But darkness reigns, folks. Darkness controls this earth. I've said to you many a times, it is the basic metaphysic of the early church. There are two kingdoms. There is the kingdom of God, and there is the kingdom of Satan. There are two ways to get to that, right? The kingdom of God is the kingdom of life and the way of life, and the kingdom of Satan is the kingdom of death and the way of death. And that is what we are seeing in our society, is a society that is chosen to destroy and kill itself. Here, in repeating this this quote, we can see nothing today that wants to grow greater. We suspect that things will continue to go down, down to become thinner, more good-natured, more prudent, more comfortable, more mediocre, more indifferent. I don't care. Whatever. Like, do things get you mad ever? Like, there's a way to deal with anger that's righteous, that's appropriate. But, some people just don't even get mad. Or they push it aside and blow it off, and then they do get mad because they didn't address it in the first place. And then that's usually a worse reaction. And I'm guilty of doing that myself because I am pretty laid back for the most part. But sometimes people keep messing with my boundaries and I go, hey, hey, hey. And I've warned them 5, 6, 7 times. And it's like, all right, well, now you're going to get spanked because I've done told you and you didn't respect that. So there's a consequence. In any case, here we go. Here precisely is what has become a fatality. Together with the fear of man, we have also lost our love of him, our reverence of him. That's the loss of the understanding of our divinity, our hopes for him, even the will to him. The sight of man now makes us weary. What is nihilism today if it is not that? We are weary of man. Yeah. Oh, come on, play the video.
In the attempt to prevent future generations from succumbing to this all-engulfing leveling effect, Nietzsche spent much time in his writings performing a revaluation of values, hoping to lessen the effect of herd morality on the development of higher men. Such a reevaluation of values is dependent upon the realization that herd morality is not an objective and universal morality binding on all, but is merely one type of human morality beside which, before which, and after which many other types, above all higher moralities, are or ought to be possible. While herd morality says stubbornly, I am morality itself, and nothing besides is morality, the higher individual must realize that the ideas of the herd should rule in the herd, but not reach out beyond it. He must pay no attention to herd morality's claims of universality, its values and moral oughts, but instead must discover his own higher values.
Universality, by the way, folks, is the same thing as equity, right? Everything is the same. It's the story of Kurt Vonnegut's short story of Harrison Bergeron, where everyone is equal. Everyone is brought down to the same level. The beautiful dancers must have weights hanging from them so they cannot dance too beautifully. And their faces must be masked because, well, they don't want to shame others because of their beauty. This is the satirical society that Vonnegut, writes in the story that so much it embraces the idea of this. It is it is just astounding to look back at men of great genius like this and the prophecies that they've had for us and how we just ignore it.
To assist him in accomplishing his unifying life project. In discovering his own higher values, the higher man must realize that as a highly differentiated individual with a unique vision of life, his good is his alone, and therefore he must not preach or impose his higher morality on others, as Zarathustra advised. My brother, if you have a virtue and she is your virtue, then you have her in common with nobody. Even naming one's virtue would make her too common. If one must speak of her, it should be, this is my good, this I love, it pleases me wholly, thus alone do I will the good. I do not will it the law of a god, I do not will it as human statute and need. In Nietzsche's time as in ours,
That was that's an interesting quote because actually this is that kind of harkens back to this idea of not actually not being boastful. Like there's a Christian principle in this of not being boastful of your good, not putting on a show of your goodness. I distrust anybody who does that. It's one thing to talk about, to say, hey, these are the things I believe or whatever, but you show, you don't tell people what you are. That's the reality. When someone tells me that they do they're this kind of person and that kind of person and whatever, and I'm like, okay, how does that manifest in your life? You can say things about yourself that aren't true. Happens all the time. You may have things in the background unconsciously running, right? Or on a spiritual level, maybe you have maybe you're under attack by forces and powers beyond your understanding. Either way, people should know you by your fruit. You don't need to impose your morality on people. This is why I again, no, I'm doing a YouTube stream. This is why I don't go around and trying to proselytize to people about my faith. I talk about my faith on this because it's relevant to the topics, to the subject. You talk to me in person, I might not talk about it at all. I rarely give people spiritual advice. Now, if there are people I know who are Christian or whatever, and they're doing whatever, they have a question, I will answer it. Um, but I'm about showing. I'm about doing. Telling means nothing. Telling is empty. People tell you things all the time and they're lying. They may not be trying to lie, but they are because they don't live up to what they're telling you.
I do not will it as human statute and need. In Nietzsche's time, as in ours, there exists a plethora of individuals who desire to persecute and bring down those who rise above the mediocre mass, masking their envy with calls for equality. These ideas will therefore seem elitist and distasteful to the great majority of people. But for Nietzsche, these ideas were not meant for the many. Our highest insights must and should, he wrote, sound like follies and sometimes like crimes when they are heard without permission by those who are not predisposed and predestined for them. Nietzsche was gravely concerned with ensuring the world would remain fertile for the growth of true human excellence. Thus he wrote for the higher man alone, urging him to overcome the temptations of herd morality and instead to proceed on his own heroic life path, and in doing so provide inspiration for future generations of potential higher men. But Nietzsche was not optimistic that the future would be kind to the existence of higher humans. Herd morality is a powerful beast with the force of the majority behind it, and for the last 2 millennia has waged a common war on all that is rare, strange, privileged, the higher man, the higher soul, the higher duty, the higher responsibility, and the
Like, do you not see that? This is the war on Christianity. This is the war on men. This is the war on goodness. This is the war on leadership. This is the war on femininity and tradition. Staying at home, raising your kids. It's right. We live in the me. We live in the now, in the moment, in the me generation, and I'm sayings like I living your best life. I'm just living my best life. Now, sometimes that's just a joke, but a lot of people say that in that, oh, they're having fun and they're eating good food and they're having lots of sex with random people and they're doing whatever, and it's all hedonism. It's all being libertine. It's all indulging the things that don't make you a higher man or woman. They don't raise you up, they bring you down. I know. I've engaged. I mean, it's a reality. And I wasn't like that when I was younger. I was, psychologically traumatized. I was lost. I was from the higher man brought down to the common man, the into the herd. And I felt stuck there until I regained myself. And I only regained myself through Christ.
abundance of creative power and masterfulness. Herd morality underpins not only socialist ideologies, the proponents of which Nietzsche called socialist dolts and flatheads, who wish to bring about the degeneration and diminution of man into the perfect herd animal, but also the numerous social justice movements which threaten to engulf the Western world with a new wave of herd morality. Given that herd morality is alive and well in the modern day, we can, with Nietzsche, pose a question he believed highly pertinent in his times, and which remains so in ours. Today, is greatness possible? But apart from the question as to whether true greatness is possible today, the fact that herd morality is alive and well must be a cause of concern from another angle. For the slave, despite the innocent facade he displays with his herd morality and calls for equality, does not desire to change the world for the better. Instead, driven by ressentiment and envy, he seeks to gain social and political power for the purpose of provoking destruction as compensation for his own personal impotencies and failures. The following insight of Nietzsche's proves to be a pertinent warning for the modern world. When some men fail to accomplish what they desire to do, they exclaim angrily, "May the whole world perish." This repulsive emotion is the pinnacle of envy, whose implication is, if I cannot have something, no one can have anything. No one is to be anything.
All right, guys, from the Academy of Ideas. I'm going to play a couple clips from them later. It's not going to be the full video. But again, one of the best channels out there on YouTube, honestly. Great stuff if you like philosophy. So, um, for me, the next thing is, well, okay, those arguments are there. They're laid out. Well, Nietzsche died, 100 years ago. What does the left think about this? Well, it's pretty simple. That's just a social construct. It's just all constructed. Oh, we can teach kids, we can teach kids whatever. And they hold, again, the synthesize this dualistic idea. It's not cognitive dissonance, guys. I know everyone says it. And I have to make sure that you understand this. Cognitive dissonance is when you have two ideas that conflict. They're in your mind, and it actually hurts. There's pain when they confront each other until one wins out. So Brandon Strauch of the Walk Away movement had this happen to him when he first watched the Very Fine People hoax quote and context, I believe. I think that was it. Or no, it was making fun of the handicapped journalist when Trump was like, oh, because that's just what he does. He wasn't talking about the journalist handicap specifically, but they made that be the story. Either way, he had in his mind for certain that Trump did this thing. And then he watched the actual clip and it hurt him. That's cognitive dissonance. The idea of a synthesized person and this philosophical perspective I'm developing is that there's no conflict. Even though they're conflicting ideas, there's no conflict with the person. And the reason why there's no conflict is because there's no inner development. There's nothing, there's no real thought. This is hearkening back to the idea that they're NPCs, right? They're non-player characters. They just exist. And that's a pretty accurate metaphor. They do just exist. Now they have to do things in life and they do interact with people and whatever else, but what are they doing to create anything? What are they doing to influence anything? Well, they're following the new left's ideas, the neo-Marxist ideas, which are wholly destructive. They're antichrist ideas. They're satanic. And in part of that, they say, oh, well, gender is just a social construction, but then use language where it's certain that it's not a social construction, right? Like they can say anyone who defines a woman, wants to be a woman is a woman, correct? Yeah. So then define the word woman. Well, that's anyone who wants to be that. Anyone who wants to be what? As the whole Matt Walsh saying goes, right? Because you have to define the word. You in order to hit the mark, you have to be able to aim, you have to have a direction to go, and you have to have a target. And that's what that word is. It's a target for a descriptor of something, right? Of someone who is of the female variation of the male-female binary that we live in. That's just a social construct. No, it's not. You saying that is just a lie. And to prove that these things aren't social construct or that, that the transgender kids thing is a social construct, but not, I don't know, the normal kid who is basically asexual until they're quite older. I'm going to play this clip from 60 Minutes that I caught. And this is about baby studies, child studies. We're going to look at some Piagetian stuff here later on. But I bring it up because it's important. Where do these things come from? Are they built in or are they socially constructed? Well, let's find out.
This is the creature at the center of the greatest philosophical, moral, and religious debates about the nature of man, the human baby. They don't do much, can't talk, can't write, can't expound at length about their moral philosophies. But does that mean
they don't have moral philosophies? They are a neural net developing at the moment and largely based on largely based on the motor skills and about little interaction. It's a lot of this is similar to the way that we try and program AI and stuff. It's actually very similar, and you can tell children relate and realize the world through the purpose of objects and things. It's already there.
They don't have one. The philosopher Rousseau considered babies perfect idiots knowing nothing. And Yale psychologist Karen Wynn, director of the Infant Cognition Center here, the Baby Lab, says for most of its history, her field agreed.
If the tabula rasa, the tabula rasa is true, all right, the blank slate, could you imagine the capacity for learning anything? Because to start at the beginning, the very basic point of that is the presupposition that everything must be learned. There is nothing inherent and everything must be learned. Could you imagine learning, like needing to learn every little thing ever, instead of being able to extrapolate and put things together, right? Because that's a lot of what we do as well. We don't learn directly through action of things. We extrapolate, we abstract, we put them together. We build our lessons off of other lessons. We have these things called, logical inferences and stuff like that. So in order for the tabula rasa to really be a truth, I'm not a big fan of Rousseau's, by the way. But in order to basically, Rousseau and Hegel are the beginnings of Marxism, if for anyone who doesn't know. But yeah, and that's not why I hate them. I hate them because they're so wrong. They're just really wrong. They're right in the conceptions of certain things, right? But the implications are wrong, and of course the tabula rasa is very wrong. But yeah, like I don't think Rousseau thought that hard about it. About, oh yeah, you would have to like learn so much more than what you actually do, or you're just this impressionable machine that picks everything up. Anyways, let's play a clip.
Didn't we just think that these creatures at 3 months and even 6 months were basically just little blobs?
Oh, sure. I mean, if you look at them, they kind of look like little, cute little blobs, but they can't do all the things that an older child can. They can't even do the things that a dog or a pigeon or a rat can.
No pulling levers for treats or running mazes for these study subjects, but they can watch puppet shows.
Up goes the curtain.
And Wynn is part of a new wave of researchers who have discovered seemingly simple ways to probe what's really going on in those adorable little heads.
Up goes the curtain.
We watched as Wynn and her team asked a question that 20 years ago might have gotten her laughed out of her field. Does Wesley here, at the ripe old age of 5 months, know the difference between right and wrong? Wesley watches as the puppet in the center.
So this is important because we think we teach our children the difference between right and wrong. What we don't do that, actually. What we do is we socialize them. That is, we make them understand that there is a collective, right? There are other people that they must consider. See, we help teach them to think for the future, to think of other people. If you don't do that, well, generally, by the age of 4, they're screwed, and you're going to have a little sociopath on your hand.
Struggles to open up a box with a toy inside. The puppy in the yellow shirt comes over and lends a hand. Then the scene repeats itself, but this time the puppy in the blue shirt comes and slams the box shut. Nice behavior? Mean behavior. At least to our eyes. But is that how a 5-month-old sees it? And does he have a preference?
Wesley, do you remember these guys from the show?
To find out, a researcher who doesn't know which puppet was nice and which was mean offers Wesley a choice.
Who do you like?
He can't answer, but he can reach.
That one.
Wesley chose the good guy. And he wasn't alone.
That one.
More than 3/4 of the babies tested reached for the nice puppet.
That one.
So this is like about 80% is the rate here. Now there are problems in my mind to doing a study like this. I don't know if there are other outside influences. We don't know to how these babies are necessarily thinking, but it does seem to illustrate that they have some sort of innate morality, that there are certain things that they understand are just and fair.
Wynn tried it out on even younger babies, 3-month-olds, who can't control their arms enough to reach. But they can vote with their eyes.
That is not true. Most can't. Mine certainly could. I mean, she was crawling at 4 months, so let's go.
Since research has shown that even very young babies look longer at things they like.
Which one do you like?
Daisy here looked at the mean puppet for 5 seconds, then switched to the nice one for 33.
Babies, even at 3 months, looked towards the nice character and looked hardly at all, much shorter times, towards the unhelpful character.
So basically, as young as 3 months old, we human beings show a preference for nice people over mean people.
Study after study after study, the results are always consistently babies feeling positively towards helpful individuals in the world and disapproving, disliking, maybe condemning individuals who are antisocial towards others.
So why? Because it is hardwired in our system to like justice. And this is what is being played upon on the herd morality, the idea that people want a sense of justice, right? But they're going to show you some things because there is an ego aspect of this. There is a narcissism aspect of this in the babies as well. Now, I can tell you with my daughter, she loves to be with her mom. She loves to be held by her mom. She wants to follow her mom around. She loves me too, and all, but she prefers to be sitting on her mom's lap or with her mom if she's not, off playing and staring at me. And she will just stare and smile at me and watch me do whatever I'm doing. And if I go to pick her up, she hugs her mom tighter. No, but she wants to stare at me. It's interesting. And I don't know what's going on in her little brain, but she's always been like that. She's always stared at me. She's always smiled. It's like a little flirtatious behavior. It is there. It is ingrained. So, again, the left will tell you tabula rasa, blank slate, everything's socially constructed. The left are liars, and the majority of them are stuck in the herd morality, and the majority of them are synthesized people who hold conflicting ideas in their brains and have no way to get out of their logical circles. It just, the hamster wheel just keeps spinning, but it's not producing anything. They're not going anywhere.
It's astonishing.
Wynn and her team first published their findings about baby morality in the journal Nature in 2007, and they've continued to publish follow-up studies in other peer-reviewed journals ever since. For instance, on this experiment, they showed babies like James here a puppet behaving badly. Instead of rolling the ball back to the puppet in the middle, this green-shirted bunny keeps the other puppet's ball and runs away. Then James is shown a second show. This time, the bunny, who we just saw steal the ball, tries to open up the box to get the toy. Will James still prefer the puppet who helps out, or will he now prefer the one who slams the box shut?
Who do you like?
He chose the one who slammed it shut, as did 81% of babies tested.
Innate sense of justice. Now, I'm going to leave it there. This video's quite a bit longer, but you can find it. Born Good, Babies Help Unlock Origins of Morality. It's a 60 minutes piece. It was just recently released. I'm pretty certain, unless I just happened to come across it because I was looking at stuff Piagetian testing. because there's important stuff there that we're going to look at later on. But what I think I want to do is to keep things moving. I've already been streaming for an hour and a half. Is go right into the next video, and this is from Dr. Thomas Sowell.
A woman with a petition went among the crowds attending a state fair, asking people to sign her petition demanding the banning of dihydrogen monoxide. She said it was in our lakes and streams, and now it was in our sweat and urine and tears. She collected hundreds of signatures to ban dihydrogen monoxide, a fancy chemical name for water. A couple of comedians were behind this ploy, but there is nothing funny about its implications. It is one of the grim and dangerous signs of our times. This little episode revealed how conditioned we have become, responding like Pavlov's dog when we hear a certain sound, in this case, the sound of some politically correct crusade. People are all born ignorant, but they are not born stupid. Much of the stupidity we see today is induced by our educational system, from the elementary schools to the universities. In a high-tech age that has seen the creation of artificial intelligence by computers, we are also seeing the creation of artificial stupidity by people who call themselves educators. Educational institutions created to pass on to the next generation the knowledge, experience, and culture of the generations that went before them have instead been turned into indoctrination centers to promote whatever notions, fashions, or ideologies happen to be in vogue among today's intelligentsia. Many conservatives have protested against the specifics of the things with which students are being indoctrinated, but that is not where the most lasting harm is done. Many, if not most, of the leading conservatives of our times were on the left in their youth. These have included Milton Friedman, Ronald Reagan, and the whole neoconservative movement.
Well, the neoconservatives are leftists. They're Trotskyites originally. So there you go. But aside from that, the point of this video, of course, is the indoctrination. And the indoctrination has you believing synthetic things, fake things, things that aren't actually real, like that social construct idea. Now, there obviously is social construction. Science is not out to lunch on this. They pretty much understand these days that there is a mix of nature and nurture. And the thing is the more the nurture becomes tyrannical, right? The more dysfunctional things become, and the more libertarian the system is, right? The more we revert to our natural state of things. It's quite interesting what freedom does. And so this is evidenced in the fact that the Scandinavian countries have a greater division between men and women and their employment. Women do the women jobs and men do the men jobs because they have the most amount of freedom in the sexes, right? Now, I don't know what Scandinavians think. Typically, I would assume they think like the rest of the world and believe in they don't believe in God, and they believe in the social construct and all these other things. But just that aspect, it shows us that people, given freedom, will actually choose, freedom to where they want to work or what they want to do, things that are inclined or in line with their personality types based on their sex.
The experiences of life can help people outgrow whatever they were indoctrinated with. What may persist, however, is the lazy habit of hearing one side of an issue and being galvanized into action without hearing the other side, and more fundamentally, not having developed any mental skills that would enable you to systematically test one set of beliefs against another. It was once the proud declaration of many educators that we are here to teach you how to think, not what to think. But far too many of our teachers and professors today are teaching their students what to think about everything from global warming to the new trinity of race, class, and gender.
Why? Because again, it's manufactured, it's synthetic, it is top down, and it's not just top down, it's actually top down, bottom up, left, right. We'll get to that here soon. But the the idea was at some point they used to say critical thinking skills. They didn't say logic, they didn't talk about examination, they said critical thinking. And now that critical keeps going further and further forward into how we're using it. You start looking at and studying things like CRT, critical race theory, then you will understand that that comes from critical scholarship. And what does critical mean? Well, it means immediate, now, very important. It's an interesting term that comes around a lot in the writing of Marxists, and it invokes an emotion, right? This is critical. It must be done. So they're using it because it's a critique, of course. It's an examination, but it's a harsh examination, right? Because that's connoted in the word critical. So it's really, again, I believe important you understand these things. You probably understand that most of these are appeals to emotion, but how people fall into these traps. And a large part of how people are falling into these traps is because the whole of society is saying, yes, yes, this is actually the way it is. No, all that stuff you believe from the past, that's all wrong, that's all fake, that's all false. We've never disproven it, actually, but we said so. Therefore, it is. That's really what's happening. And then so you become an outsider, put on the outside, and most people cannot bear that. Most people will never bear that. But see, I believe that you actually have the capacity to be a higher man. I believe that you'll have that capacity within you. Christ said that the kingdom of God is within you, and the inner man is what is important. But again, these ideas, these things, I'm not going to cover today per se, but in the future, we'll be talking about this probably on Thursdays. I'm going to do a lot of really deep dives into religious, philosophical um, perspective, if you would.
Even if all the conclusions with which they indoctrinate their students were 100% correct, that would still not be equipping students with the mental skills to weigh opposing views for themselves in order to be prepared for new and unforeseeable issues that will arise over their lifetimes after they leave the schools and colleges. Many of today's educators not only supply students with conclusions, they promote the idea that students should spring into action because of these prepackaged conclusions. In other words, vent their feelings and go galloping off on crusades, without either a knowledge of what is said by those on the other side or the intellectual discipline to know how to analyze opposing arguments. When we see children in elementary schools out carrying signs and demonstrations, we are seeing the kind of mindless groupthink that causes adults to sign petitions they don't understand, or, worse yet, follow leaders they don't understand, whether to the White House, the Kremlin, or Jonestown. A philosopher once said that the most important knowledge is knowledge of one's own ignorance. That is the knowledge that too many of our schools and colleges are failing to teach our young people.
Again, the hubris that gnosis brings, knowledge itself, is that you believe you know and understand everything. And we, as human beings collectively, understand almost nothing. Literally. There's so much out there in the universe. Half of what you're told about our understandings of the universe, by the way, are not correct. Literally, they're theories and they're not correct. We know they're not correct because there are competing alternative theories which aren't held up by the establishment, but that other scientists actually have and espouse and can poke holes in their arguments. One of my favorites to point out are the stars that have, or galaxy clusters, whatever they are, that have filaments attached in redshift. and that they appear because of redshift is an assumption, by the way, that redshift works on the Doppler effect. We don't know that that's true. It's an assumption that it works like sound and the Doppler effect. So when you hear an ambulance getting near you and then going away, that's how they measure redshift in the distance of galaxies and stars. And it is wrong. I'm going to flat out say that it is wrong. We know it's wrong because we cannot account for these two stars that are attached by a filament, that is energy, matter, going toward each other between the two in an exchange, when the stars are juxtapositioned light years and light years apart, and the filament is redshifted toward one more than the other. It can't be. So there's something wrong there. But this is the operational system of our society. Pretend like things are real instead of saying, I don't know, and we actually don't know this, and that, but it appears to be this, and that. Everyone assumes. Everyone makes a hard case. And when it comes to the synthesized NPCs, that's all that they can do. And it's all the circular logic because they're slaves. And again, back to Nietzsche's point, and I've told you many a times before, the slave morality is the majority morality. We will get to the last man. The last man is very important. But for now, the slave morality is the majority morality. And why? Well, because again, folks, there are two kingdoms. There is the kingdom of God and there is the kingdom of Satan. And the kingdom of God is the way of life, and the kingdom of Satan is the way of death. And you have to choose what you will be a slave to, because I promise you, you are a slave to one or the other. You know, there are very few things I get black and white on, but this is one of them. It is just an operational mode of life that you're going about. Are you going about bringing destruction, or again, are you bringing out your light to the world? All right, video, play.
It takes a certain amount of knowledge just to understand the extent of one's own ignorance. But our educators have given assignments to children not yet a decade old to write letters to members of Congress or to presidents, spouting off on issues ranging from nuclear weapons to medical care. Will Rogers once said that it was not ignorance that was so bad, but all the things we know that ain't so. But our classroom indoctrinators are getting students to think that they know after hearing only one side of an issue. It is artificial stupidity.
Chromium-based browsers love to eat memory without return. Yeah, that might be it. The problem is when you don't run StreamYards through Chrome, it gets even more wonky, from my understanding. But this is not normal. I usually don't have this many glitches and stuff. It might be because I have a lot of videos, but I don't even have them loaded up right now. So I did earlier. Is what it is. Is what it is. So yeah, there is by Thomas Sowell's words, a age of artificial stupidity, right? That's what we're dealing with. And it is engineered, folks. It has completely been engineered. To deny that is to be ignorant of what has been going on for the last 100 or plus some odd years, you know. It denies what the Rockefellers did with the educational foundations and other very important and powerful people. And it denies the indoctrination of, you know, or the introduction to indoctrinate Marxist ideas in our society, and in our schools, and in our colleges. It denies all that. And that's just, well, that's not honest. We know those things happen. We invited the postmodernist Marxist to come teach at our schools. So, oh. But, you know, again, these people, they're sophist in the end. They just need to defend their position. They don't care about the truth. They don't believe in the truth. It's one of the things that brings them their nihilism, of course. And I don't know how you actually literally operate this way in the world. I don't think anyone actually does. I think it's a bunch of nonsense that they say in order to prop themselves up and remain in positions of power. Or maybe like Eric Michael Dyson, who just, or Michael Eric Dyson, I always screw up his name, but who cares? Because he's obviously, he's a sophist amongst sophists. He's the king of sophists. He spits out intellectual word salad using the biggest $50 words he can to say absolutely nothing. So, people can then, clap and praise him for using big words. Well, big words does not make one smart. It's nice to be able to use certain big words because sometimes they have more oomph, right? Emphasis. They have more meaning, or they pull you away from your simple understanding of what you thought the word was. But that's not that's not something that you need to be layering constantly in your conversations, especially when you're talking to someone who may not have as a diverse vocabulary as yourself. I don't really encourage talking down to people either. But what I would say is you should talk to people on the level in which they can receive you. And Eric Michael Dyson doesn't care about that because you're profane to him. You're ignorant and profane. And that brings me to what we are teaching. And that, of course, we all know is critical race theory. This is from James Lindsay and his great New Discourses podcast. What are you saying there, Ignatius? Nihilism should be called a disease. It spread quickly and affects anyone it can, regardless of age, race, or background. Right. Nihilism is a disease. It's a disease of the soul. Nihilism is the same disease that actually pushes forward alcoholism and those kind of things. I've had people talk to me about this before who are like, I'm a nurse, and da-da-da. And I'm like, yeah, I don't care that you're a nurse. I know the biological underpinnings of alcoholism. I spent 13 years working in a prison, and I gave drug tests, did work release, all that stuff. I have a lot of mental health training. I completely understand the material, physical side of things. But what you cannot account for is the immaterial. The immaterial, those things in the background, your soul, the essence of your being, your spirit, your attitude. Despite many, it's not just a series of chemical imbalances. That's not a thing. Yeah. I mean, you will get some chemical imbalance. There will be some stuff going on in your brain that isn't normal, but your body is a homeostasis machine. It will do whatever it is supposed to do to bring you back to normal. For an alcoholic, that is drinking, actually, because they've made that their normal state. But why? Why? Well, because they're addicted. Why did they get addicted? Well, they just started drinking. Their body needed it. No, that's not what happens. That's not what happens at all. Because most people who quit cold turkey. That's not what happened. What happened is they went through a spiritual crisis, and that led them down that dark path of despair. And what we are dealing with in our nation, in all of the Western world, probably the whole world, but I'm not going to speak to the anglicized nations. That's primarily who I'm speaking to, the United States specifically. All of the Western nations, though, are in the midst of a soul crisis, a disease of their heart. And in part, it is because of this indoctrination, this manufacturing.
Simply a very important topic, which is how we have the woke reproduce Maoism, particularly in our schools in education. It's actually brought in as a portion of, or really the operative part of, whether it's social and emotional learning of the transformative type, or whether it's culturally responsive or culturally relevant teaching or education or pedagogy. They're actually reproducing Maoism.
All right, I'm gonna let Lindsay speak. I know that he is not very emotive very often. James is kind of dry, but I need to get some water, guys. I'm gonna step away for a second. I'm gonna just let this play. Um, you know, I will come back, give it some context and everything else in just a moment.
Ethnic studies is probably doing this as well to a degree. It's a little bit different, but woke education in general is reproducing Maoism in our schools, and it's very important to understand what's going on with Maoism. Now, if you want a further deeper dive on this, then I'm going to offer in this short little bullet point summary here, I encourage you to go listen to a podcast on the New Discourses podcast called Groomer Schools 3. Turns out I did a short series called Groomer Schools. There are 3 of them. I recommend everybody that's interested in understanding what's happening in education listen to all 3 of those. The third one is going to cover in greater detail what I'm summarizing here in a quick digestible form. So here's how it worked. Mao Zedong, that's of course the communist dictator of China in the 1960s and 70s, but also really in the early 50s as well. He got deposed from power and brought back. Or came back, I should say, in 1966, and at which point he installed the Cultural Revolution, used a program that pushed young people into becoming what he called the Red Guard, which was a revolutionary Marxist guard in the student movement. He radicalized university students, college students, high school students, and elementary school students at various ways and various levels, and they became the primary change agents, if you will, for the society that he was trying to create that basically built and entrenched his power. What the Red Guard did was they went and destroyed the 4 olds. In other words, they severed the current culture from all previous culture, previous identity, previous everything. So the 4 olds that they destroyed were old culture, old customs, old habits, and old ways of thinking. Those all had to be destroyed. And so this would mean that the Red Guard would go out and they would tear down statues to tear down the old culture. They would invade temples and destroy them from the inside out. They would come home and beat their parents or grandparents or rat them out or turn them into the authorities or publicly shame them in struggle sessions, make them wear dunce caps, make them march through the cities. They would beat their teachers and professors who didn't get on board with the revolutionary ideology or publicly shame them and put them in these struggle session situations. They would go around to the old Chinese medicine or the Chinese martial arts people and beat and shame them for holding up elements of old backwards culture that the communists wanted to get rid of. So religion, family, nation, all of these ideas had to be destroyed. Old ideas had to be destroyed, and the Red Guard were the ones who do it. So how did you make the Red Guard? And that's the relevant question. We already see, by the way, many of those things happening. We've seen the move away from religion. We see the rampant insulting of Christianity and
the rampant insulting of Christianity started in the Enlightenment era, especially post-Enlightenment, and this has been pushed. That is, for a long time, it's been pushing forward the grand postmodern dystopia that we all now live in and will be living in even more intensely in the next 30 years. The things that happened in China are really not much different than anywhere else. But what they did so well in China with the Cultural Revolution was literally to get the children to implement all of these things, to push the old generation toward this. And it was devastating, of course. It was horrible. But it is exactly what is going on today. And again, we've been pushing these things for a long time. The difference is in the fervor now, in the intensity. And part of that is because of the internet. Now, blaming the internet, I think, is silly. A lot of people do that. I think it's completely silly. People say, well, before, I think I was watching Tim's live show, Tim Pool, and they were talking about, like, before, if you were a furry, you couldn't meet anyone else who was a furry, and now with the internet, you can meet them. So it helps, it helps bring these things about, and da 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 da. And I'm like, Yeah, but why are there furries in the first place? Why did that become a thing? What is making people so sick in our society that they feel like they need to dress as cartoon animals, right? And then go and be sexually promiscuous. It's actually really, the whole thing's really weird. The whole thing is really freaking weird. And again, I don't really care what those people do. I don't. None of my business. I don't understand it though. And I see it as a giant red flag in the dysfunction of our society. Ironic, ain't it? Separation of church and state, but state has no rules with kids. Yeah. Well, I'm all about separation of church and state. I would like the separation of the economy and state as well. But that's a whole, that's a whole nother thing. And we're really supposed to have a lot of economic separation, but the founders weren't super clear, and therefore, we are where we are. I mean, they were pretty clear, I think, but there's arguments. So let's keep playing this. A couple more minutes of it.
The United States and the West, we see tearing down of statuary. We see, getting rid of the old songs. We have 2 national anthems apparently now. We have to get rid of the old national anthem. We have a black national anthem too on the wake of the Black Lives Matter. We have to rethink and reimagine how we're going to reorganize everything in society, like you name it. So how do you create a Red Guard? Well, here's how Mao did it. Mao created 10 different identity categories. He called 5 of them black, and that was for bad or fascist. And he called 5 of them red, and that was for good or communist. And the Red Guard were selected from the red identity categories. The black identity category.
I'll have myself muted so you guys couldn't hear me eating bacon. But I was saying that Ignatius, that is exactly correct. They hate humans so much that they think primal nature is how we're supposed to act. I know some of them, I think is what you meant. And that animals are superior to humans somehow. Yes. And see, on the deeper level here, right? Animals don't have that divine nature that we have. And so they want to strip you down to just being a base beast of the field. They think of you that way. Remember, Yuval Harari and his stating, we know human beings aren't divine. They're just basically beasts of burden. In fact, let me just play it for you because I have it. I have it on the StreamYard's branding thing. Don't I? I thought I did. Yeah, that's it right here.
So in 10 years when we are sitting here, we have an implant in our brains. And I can immediately feel, because you all will have implants, and we measure your brain waves, and I can immediately tell you how the people react, or I can feel how the people react to you.
Humans are now hackable animals. The whole idea that humans have, they have this soul or spirit and they have free will and nobody knows what's happening inside me. So whatever I choose, whether in the election or whether in the supermarket, this is my free will, that's over. Free will, that's over. That's over.
Nonsense. You have free will, and all these scientists that wish to tell you that you don't, they're just trying to control you. I wouldn't trust them for a minute.
He labeled were things, the 5 that he named were rich farmer, landlord, counter-revolutionary, bad influences, and right-wingers. And then the good ones were things like peasant and laborer and revolutionary and activist and things like that.
So there are 5 categories on either side of the issue of good and evil for the Maoist, right? All of the people that would be rich or capitalist or anti-revolutionary, bad. All the people that are peasants, the lower classes, the oppressed, they're good. Does any of that sound sort of familiar? Play video. Play.
And so the goal was to take as many people as you could and associate them one way or another with a bad identity to create a social pressure that was easiest to affect in children to move them into a good identity. So you want to make people think of themselves. They call this, if you want to read How to Have Impossible Conversations, we talk about this in there. It's called alter casting. You put somebody in a alternate psychological or social role and get them, they will actually try to adhere to that. You want to get them in these good social identities as defined by the people.
So an alter casting is just part of the cult process.
In power, Mao in this case, and you shame them out of the bad ones, which is not part of alter casting, by the way. In alter casting, you get somebody to live up to a particular image of themselves. It's a marketing technique. But at any rate, what you would do is you take a kid in school. Well, first you create a condition in school where the kids who have the good identities get special treatment. Maybe it's better lunches. Maybe they get to wear special clothes. Maybe they get to lord over the other kids. Maybe they get extra recess, something desirable to children.
Or maybe they're not, labeled as bigots. They're encouraged because during my youth, we were encouraging self-esteem. Feel good about yourself. It's bad that people feel bad about themselves. No, it's great that people feel bad about themselves when they should appropriately. You should feel bad about doing things. I've done some stupid things in my life that I have felt pretty bad about. When I was a little kid, I shot someone with a BB gun. It felt pretty bad about that. It was, I mean, I got in trouble too, but I didn't feel bad because I got in trouble. I felt bad because I hurt somebody. That is, showing your empathy and your humanity. This today is all about raising people up to, no matter how hedonistic, no matter how libertine they act, to tell them that they're still good people. Well, what does that mean? Good means nothing if there's no standard definition for it. And how can we define it? How would we define it? Who decides? Well, that's, again, the problem with moral relativism. And again, the socialists believe everything is a social construction. Now, to get a little autistic on that word, social means of the public. Anything that is owned and done and used by the public instead of an individual or maybe a family is socialist, period. I don't care about the stupid modern definitions of redistributing goods and whatever else and other hairs you want to split about the first principles of things. The first principles are always first. They stand no matter what the eons say or the ages, they are always the same. And that's what socialism is. It is the public, of the public, meaning democratic even, right? And we know in numerous contexts, what is public is always mistreated. Private entities take care of things better because when you don't own something, you expect others to take care of it. And the problem is then when this becomes the norm of the system, no one takes care of anything. And the smart ones, at least who don't have any morality, who are trying to get ahead, will then strip the system as much as possible, strip whatever advantage they can get out of the system. This is how it works. This is just basic human psychology, guys. You know this. You know this on an intuitive level if you don't know this on an intellectual level.
In general, they get better treatment in one way or another, and the kids who don't get that, and they get excluded from it, and they get treated badly, and they have to go to like different kinds of lessons or whatever you might imagine. And then you try to associate kids with bad identities unless they're already basically red guard worthy, and only red identities could become red guard, which was then considered honored. And so you create this social pressure to shift. And so if somebody is the son of a landlord or a farmer who's doing well, a kulak in the Soviet language or the Soviet construction, then you shame those kids. You may even you label them with their black identity. Your parents are right wing. They have conservative ideas. So you have to have this black identity and we're going to mistreat you. So that's why they're going to go home and beat their parents and grandparents, for example, because their parents are the ones that have the wrong ideas. So they get unfair treatment at school because of something somebody else is doing. So just rat them out and we'll make you a revolutionary. And then you have a red identity and you get the special treatment. And so imagine if you could create a situation where you're talking to kids constantly about identity factors, where some of them are made good and some of them are made bad. So you talk to them about race using critical race theory, and you say how they're all complicit, no matter what their race, but especially if they're white or white adjacent, in upholding white supremacy. And that makes them bad. It makes them racist. It makes them uphold a oppressive system that hurts lots of people, and think of how emotional that can get and how not fair that is. And they're complicit in part of that, but they can become an ally, which is a red identity now.
Right. And this emotional gaslighting is straight evil because it is used and pushed on the weakest, most innocent people out there. This worship of children as some sort of bastions of truth and exemplars of morality is insane. This idea that we're going to let them vote, this idea that we should be listening to them and not the adults because we could learn something from children. Yeah, you can learn things from children, like I can learn things from people who are less educated than myself or have a lesser intellect, right? But I'm not going to ask a child how to organize my society. I'm sorry. Nor am I going to ask him how to participate in the organization of my society. He hasn't earned that yet. You must earn that right. You all may or may not know, because I haven't talked about it in a while, but I'm like a firm believer in raising the voting age to 25 for scientific reasons, and also personal experience and understanding that most people just don't have their crap together till they're like 25. Why? Because the nature of puberty and the socialization aspect of our society and the lack of personal identity and self-knowledge, understanding who you actually are, creates this grinder that has people mentally insane for like 10 freaking years of their life. And I remember very specifically going through these phases in my life where I was like 18 and I was like, man, 16 was like, I'm so different than when I was 16. And I hit 20 and I'm like, I was so different from when I was 18. And then I hit like 22, 23, and 24. And it's like, wow. And I think that's 24 is when my prefrontal cortex probably fully developed, right? We know that's about the age, 25, 26, depends on the individual. But the world seemed very different. And of course, for me, right at that age, I was exposed to extreme trauma. So when I got away from that at 29, I was like, still felt emotionally like I was 24 years old because I hadn't grown in those years. And I had regressed actually, but that's a different thing though. What happened though is the person that did that to me, I met when I was still in that emotionally unstable stage, when I still didn't know myself. I still hadn't figured those things out. And this is the same age that we're like, oh yeah, go choose your entire life. You know, you only have another 60 years to live, but you should make that choice now when you're the least educated, least accomplished, and least socialized you will ever be as an adult. Go do that now. It's absurd. It's absurd. And so from the beginning, we need to start and educate our own children to be the higher man, right? We can't just let it go, let it be. We have to guide them and teach them. We have to let them do it on their own, in their own way. The other day, I don't remember what it was. I said the other day, this was actually 2 or 3 weeks ago, but my wife and daughter were talking about something, and I was working on something, and I was writing or something. I don't remember. And my daughter's like, "Dad, you don't ever get mad at me or fuss at me for things that I wear, blah 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 blah." And I'm like, "You wear stuff I wish you didn't wear sometimes." But you're an adult, and I don't think it's worth the battle or the fight to sit there and make a big deal out of it all the time. It's your life, you know. But I don't come at my children as little beings that I'm trying to control and mold. No, no, no. No, I come at my children as people who are individuals, who are going to have a life, who won't always have me around necessarily. And I need to prepare them for this world. And so they get to make choices. And if they're bad choices, they have to live with those consequences. And I'm dad, I'll bail them out sometimes. Sometimes I won't, because it depends. It really depends. And God works in the same way, guys. He works the same way. It's like you don't want to follow God, he will leave you to your own devices. He will. That's what he did to Israel. That's what he did to Judah. And they were taken off into captivity repeatedly over and over again. And eventually he made them a bad he made them as a bad impression amongst the nations, as a bad example of how to be. And to this day, we have a word called anti-Semitism, because there's a belief that the Jews, they're not the best of peoples. Now, if you talk to one, they'll tell you they were chosen by God. That's a hell of a thing to say. And I do believe that they were chosen of God to be emissaries to bring Christ. And they completely obfuscated and neglected that responsibility. But, that's another whole nother thing. So let me see where we're at here. Let's listen to a few more minutes of this. I think I'm going to move on because I want to talk about, again, these social systems. Guys, today's probably going to be around 4 hours. I don't know if I can manage it. Because I have a lot. There's quite a bit, but a lot of these clips that I do have are going to be actually a lot shorter than some of these that we're watching. I kind of front loaded the longer clips in the beginning.
Or you tell them that, if maybe they're a racial minority, they don't have to become an ally. They need to become politically black or politically brown. They have to become, as Ayanna Pressley put it, a black face who wants to be a black voice instead of a black face who doesn't want to be a black voice, which she said, we don't want any more of those things. So you can move people into allyship and political solidarity. Being in solidarity constitutes a red identity. Politically black, red identity. And then with the poor allies, though, you tell them that it never really works, right? You're never really good enough. You just became an ally to make yourself look good. You became a good white, if they're a white kid, for example. You're trying to escape your work. You have white fragility. You're trying to escape your racial work. You're actually doing your allyship wrong. You're speaking over and for people. Your allyship is actually...
And all this lands in the state, again, because they're in a cult where they are actually being psychopathologized, right? They're being gaslit. This is all gaslighting. This is exactly how gaslighting works. And gaslighting very specifically is when someone's, it's not just, it's not just saying that something exists that doesn't exist, but it's very much entrenched in the idea of telling someone who they are despite of who they are, or what they did despite what they actually did. And when you are certain that you said or did something and someone comes to you and says, no, that's not actually what happened at all. Let me tell you about who you are as a person. And you're like, no, I swear. Well, sure. Maybe that's what you think, but everyone else saw it. Of course, you don't have everyone else there. They go, oh, well, you think you did that good thing, but that's not what happened. You were actually evil. Everyone else saw it. They all perceived it. And do you see again where it's hard to be the higher man because you have to stand alone? It's like all of everybody minus you, right?
reinforcing your privilege. So your allyship is done wrong. So you have to be an even better ally constantly. But by the way, you could also, not just using critical race theory, you could also use queer theory and gender theory, and you could become bisexual, or you could become demisexual, you could become pansexual, or something that even harder to understand for previous generations. You could explore your romantic, all this kind of self-indulgent, narcissistic navel gazing about sex, sexuality, gender identity, etc. And your romantic identity, your sexual identity, your gender identity, you could transition. And now, if you're politically queer in one way or another, then you also have a red identity. You don't even have to just be an ally, and then other people have to be an ally with you, and the solidarity reinforces. So with critical race theory on the one hand and queer theory on the other, or gender theory, whichever one you want, combining together within the context of, say, a delivery mechanism like social emotional learning or ethnic studies or liberatory education or, culturally responsive or relevant or sustaining teaching, any of these programs are putting in everywhere, you can create these exact pathways. You're a racist, but you could become an ally. You're upholding white supremacy, but you could become politically black. You are complicit in these systems of oppression, but you could transition and become politically queer. And so you can create this exact same Maoist pressure to create the exact same kind of red guard. And what is the red guard going to do? It's going to separate from the previous generation. How? You come home and you say, I'm whatever sexuality, whatever. I'm a political activist. Your parents try to correct you and you say things have changed. You don't understand. You have it wrong. I was a bad identity because I was raised by you, and you sever from family. Our country's had it wrong. Our country's been bad all along, and you sever from nation. Religion is backwards. It's been wrong, and you sever from church. You sever from faith. You sever from religion. And the entire four olds of culture can be taken down. And you have a whole pot of activists ready to go tear down statues of Thomas Jefferson, ready to turn in and shame their parents, just like under Mao. Why are we seeing in America and in Canada and throughout the West things that happened exactly in Maoist China during his Cultural Revolution? Because the exact same mechanism is happening in our schools, and it's being installed there deliberately, and it's being installed there because it works. It's not just stupid stuff. It's not just indoctrination. It is a political program to radicalize the youth, to separate them from the previous culture. So you have to ask yourself, if you have any power to change anything that's happening in schools, including whether or not your children attend them, do you want to have them participate in this? Do you want your child to be cannon fodder in this movement? Do you want your state or your nation's children to be cannon fodder in this revolution?
And that is the whole point. What kind of morality does a person have when they would groom these children to be revolutionary? And I'm not even talking about the sexual grooming, because that's a whole nother level of sickness. And with the sexuality and the promiscuity and all that stuff too, folks, that degrades your soul. It demoralizes you, and it's part of this dysfunctional social connection, right? It's not functional, and it's not making you a higher being. It's actually degrading you. And I'm telling you that the great falling away that is projected in the Bible, that is prophesied, is the Enlightenment. It was the Enlightenment. There are parts of the Enlightenment that were good, very good. A lot of it was very good, but the leaving of God and the destruction and death of God that Nietzsche points out, horrible, very, very bad, because then there is now no superstructure overlaying our lives. And what do we have? We have nihilism. We have emptiness. And this comes in for men to then create their own gods out of other men, out of governments, out of these new moralities. All of this will completely burn and tear down the society. And again, it is people who are using these children, the most innocent of innocent, as pawns in order to burn it all down. Burn it all down for the postmodern dystopia. Just absolutely sickening, absolutely insane. And what happens when you get this postmodern dystopia? Well, you get what we saw in the Soviet Russia.
In Stalinist Russia, Alexander Solzhenitsyn noted that one could never be sure whether one's neighbors, friends, co-workers, the postman, or even in some cases one's own family, would report to the secret police a slip of the tongue, a criticism of Stalin or of communism, for if one was reported, their fate was usually sealed. The police would knock at the door in the middle of the night, and soon after one would be given the standard sentence of a tenor, that is, 10 years in the slave labor gulag prison camps. This form of surveillance created social conditions wherein most citizens adopted hypocrisy and lying as a way of life, or as Solzhenitsyn explains in the Gulag Archipelago. The permanent lie becomes the only safe form of existence. Every wag of the tongue can be overheard by someone, every facial expression observed by someone. Therefore, every word, if it does not have to be a direct lie, is nonetheless obliged not to contradict the general, common lie. There exists a collection of ready-made phrases, of labels, a selection of ready-made lies.
Solzhenitsyn, God bless his soul, was an incredible man. Ready-made phrases, labels, lies. We know this. I call it sloganeering because that's what it is. They're just slogans. They're things you put together. They don't mean anything. It's sloganeering. You know, yes, we can. Build back better. What are you building back? Right? And those are the big ones from the politicians. But it is these things like, you know, trans men or women too. Or trans women or I don't know, whatever it is. I don't understand. It's meant to be confusing, right? It's meant to be confusing. It wants you out of logic because logos might bring you to the actual logos of things. And so it's all eros, it's all passion, it's all emotion. There's no logic to it. And as Ignatius said earlier, it is like, I believe it was you, Bud, that was bringing us down to a beastly animal type state.
In addition to a ubiquitous state of fear, in totalitarianism there exists a widespread state of confusion and mental disorientation amongst the citizenry. Many victims of totalitarianism have told me in interviews that the most upsetting experience they faced was the feeling of loss of logic, the state of confusion into which they had been brought, the state in which nothing had any validity. They simply did not know what was what.
Exactly. So this is from Academy of Ideas. It's only about a minute and a half clip. It's from the video, Are We Living in 1984, or Is Our Society Like 1984? So he's covering what's going on in 1984, and Winston, the main character, of course, experiences all this. This is what Orwell very much was focusing on.
In 1984, widespread mental disorientation was stimulated via the falsification of history and the negation of the concept of objective truth. The Ministry of Truth was the institution which falsified history.
That's actually an interesting concept, because what you're actually kind of what you're saying there is that they've not reached consciousness, right? Awareness, consciousness, which then makes them like an AI, because they haven't reached full intelligence, right? It's still a programmed intelligence. There's an AI aspect to it. So, I mean, it's a pretty good point you made in a pretty simple sentence. Oh, come on, StreamYards, play your video.
Everything faded into mist. The past was erased. The eraser was forgotten. The lie became truth. One of the reasons totalitarian regimes attempt to alter history is because it rids the society of any past reference points or standards of comparison, which might remind the citizens that life in the past was so much better than it is in the sterile and oppressive present. Within 20 years at the most, the huge and simple question, was life better before the revolution than it is now, would have ceased once and for all to be answerable, wrote Orwell. But another reason history is falsified by totalitarians is to ensure there are no historical roots to which the citizen can anchor and find truth, sustenance, and strength. In totalitarianism, there can be no historical information which contradicts or puts into question the reigning political ideology, nor any institution, such as religion, which offers the individual a refuge from the influence of the state. And so, as Orwell wrote in 1984, every record has been destroyed or falsified. Every book has been rewritten. Every picture has been repainted. Every statue and street and building has been renamed. Every date has been altered. And that process is continuing day by day and minute by minute. History has stopped. Nothing exists except an endless present in which the party is always right.
And need I remind you that Milan Kundera talked about this in his book of Laughter, very much about the liquidation of people. I like to use the quote a lot because it's a very precise quote of how these things work. You cannot have any roots. You cannot have any history. You cannot have a family. And it's all for your betterment because the technocrats, they know. They know what's good for you. They've never met you. They know nothing about your lives, but they understand human nature so much that, you'll own nothing and be happy because they know what you really want. They know how to really control you. And that that was the end of that. So that's going to have me switch gears into fascism for a minute because we need to understand these things. Because what we're talking about here is the how the communists did things. And mind you, all of this is based in Marxism. But then as the people gaslight you into believing a fake history, a fake reality, a falseness of the existence of humankind, well, they want to tell you that fascism is capitalism and it's right wing and yada yada yada. Now, mind you, I think that we live in a fascist nation, but I say that as a technical critique of our economy. It is fascistic. But the reason why we have to discuss this is to understand where we are going, because even though Maoist tactics might be used, it's not the traditional communistic system that we're looking at here. And it's closer to what China has, which is a fascistic system. The difference between our fascistic system and theirs is, well, we excuse me, we don't disappear people, so much, and we don't use social credit scores so much, although that is coming about and it will be implemented, folks.
So we're going to go back to the time and the place where fascism.
So first off, let me tell you, this is Ryan Chapman, excellent channel. Again, if you want to learn about things, he does breakdowns and explanations. I find that his breakdowns and explanations are truthful, although he does say one thing toward the end of this video about the operation of fascism I don't agree with. So again, sometimes people like to split hairs over silly things. But yes, and this is his video, Fascism, an in-depth look. StreamYards might not want to play this. All right, am I still alive? Am I still here? Holy cow. Let's just remove that right now. Woo! Oh, man. I'm still here. Well, thank you. Because I'm looking, because my whole screen went black. None of my tabs are working. I guess what I'm going to do, it's probably going to help. I'm going to close out my Entropy and Rumble. That will probably help. Because I don't have anyone over there in the chat right now, so... thanks for letting me know I'm still here. So now I have no live stream in the background, nothing in the background going on, just this. Man. Yeah, I can do that real quick. Let me get my task manager up. I'm literally not doing anything I usually do though. CPU's at 18% at the moment. Memory at 46%. Yeah, like I said, I have stuff I could probably get rid of, but GPU's 10%. It was up to 15 a second ago. Power usage low. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Oh, you got a guy who can fix it, huh? All right, let's try this again. Hopefully we'll have a video to play. Let's load it again.
So we're going to go back to the time and the place where fascism was invented, which was interwar Italy. After the March on Rome in 1922, Benito Mussolini came into power and became the face of fascism, known around.
All right, let me do this, guys. I am going to take a moment to cut this video. And we'll see if I do this live video trim.
So we're going. You feel deep inside you. You can feel your nation down in your bones. You can feel the spirit of your country inside you.
All right, I think I found a good place to cut it. And then, because the video is like 20 minutes long, it's probably the issue. So I cut it down to 10 minutes. It'll probably run on here a little bit smoother, I hope. And then, you know, we can proceed on to part 2. What is my usage now? Oh yeah, it's a lot higher. Ooh, man, using photos. It's got my GPU up at 98%. It's crazy. I think I just have I need to streamline my computer a little bit. Download it and cut the ISP out during dude, Matt, that's like, I don't know what that'll accomplish. I already have it downloaded. That was the point. That's why it's in StreamYards. This might take an hour. Oh well. So anybody got any good stories or anything? Yeah, still shouldn't have your other vids lagging. Yeah, I don't know. You know, it's a thing. Is what it is. Eventually, I'll get a better computer. This one's about 6 years old now, and it's an all-in-one, so they definitely make things better, more powerful. What is Intel i7, I think. So it's 7th gen. But I'm not a big tech guy, so it is. What happened here? Did that crash? Oh no! I have a clip. I have you know how to make a temporary file when you're downloading something before it's downloaded? I have that. I don't have the download. How interesting. Well, such is life. Okay, so let me try from memory to summarize the video for you and go check it out. Ryan Chapman, Fascism in Depth. The parts that I wanted to use were the origins of fascism and how it was developed. Basically, a guy named Sorel didn't like Marx. He was a Marxist of sorts. He didn't think Marx was perfectly correct. And so he started developing this political theory, which later on Mussolini and, of course, Giovanni Gentili adopted. And part of that, it was that there was nothing that the state, or sorry, that people had in history without the state, that no individual within the scope of history could exist without the state, that there was no great accomplishment without the state, and that there was a spiritual aspect that had to be related to the state, right? And it wasn't, it didn't have to be anything real. It just had to be, a simulacra, if you would, of the actual spirit of the people. So I don't know if I'm explaining this well, but essentially what we are seeing with the CRT and the race Marxism and the queer theory and the trans stuff is the same thing. It's the worship of the spirit aspect. And man, that annoys me. It's a good explanation he has. Because he goes down and breaks it down. So go watch his channel. Go look it up. Fascism, an in-depth explanation by Ryan Chapman. And again, he has quotes. It'll show you. It's the spirit of the thing. And what is that spirit? Well, it's just, belonging to your country. Well, what's the spirit of the thing now? Well, it's belonging to wokeness. It's being on the right side of history. That's the spirit of the thing. And then the thing that he says, which I don't believe I have in the video that I caught, is as he starts talking about how fascists would operated much like communists, but they were more willing to work with businesses and give them free reign or whatever. And I totally disagree with that. It's not what happened at all. They just put their political buddies into the top coffers of the business, right? And because they had that relationship, then the government and the business would work together quite easily. But it wasn't like the business was free market in any way, shape, or form. It wasn't. Again, it was social, public. And of course, there are a few other things there. The ties with Mussolini and Hitler is fascism, Nazism, and I say yes, and I think Ryan says yes, they are. But there are people who will say no, they're distinctly different. And okay, whatever. It's like saying is communism isn't fascism. It's like, yeah, they're just the same coin, and one's heads and one's tails. I mean, it's the same thing. It's tyranny. It's centralized control. It's here's the tenets that you have to have, right? Centralized control, right? Centralized control of what? Well, of the money, of the resources, of the actions of the people. That is the economy, okay, of the businesses. Centralized control, a revolutionary spirit. All right, we're going to overthrow the old powers, rise up, and make a new utopian society. Yeah, that's left-wingism. We're going to create a new idea, right? A new spirit of the thing, a new morality, if you would, according to the new left. And what Hitler did is he latched on to the Übermensch idea, the higher man. But they used it differently. They were eugenicists, which is like, I don't know, like the sixth thing they have in common, because all of the early 20th century progressives and all of them today are eugenicists. That's what all the abortion stuff's about. It's about eugenics. It's just taken differently, where they're not trying to breed anymore. They're not trying to create super beings from evolutionary breeding. No. What they're trying to do instead is just kill all the riffraff and hope it dies out. It's still eugenics, guys. It's just where it's coming from, top down, right? Make no mistake, though, that guys like Aldous Huxley have written books like A Brave New World. It talks about all of these things, about the sexualization of the children, the soma they use so they can have that feeling and get over it and whatever else, how they've socialized them. And they actually do use eugenics to breed classes of people. Very much, again, hearkening back to Plato's Republic and the three classes of people: the philosopher kings, the warriors, the soldiers, the protector class, and the underclass of the merchants and the slaves, basically. Link in video, please. Well, why don't you put it up there, man? I'm trying to run a stream. I'm trying to say stuff. I don't have any restrictions on that. You guys can put links in there. Oh, I see Blonde had Jared Taylor on. That's interesting. Ryan Chapman. Fascism. They're a person. Oh, what? I can't even copy and paste now? What's going on? Here you go. In the chat on YouTube as requested. I don't have the other streams up right now. All right. So, he does talk about the economic systems a little bit in that video. But this is the economic system we're actually implementing, folks.
We talk about ESG. If you wondered why woke keeps happening, why all the corporations above a certain size are going woke, why all the new startups are woke, this isn't organic or not wholly organic. It's not just that the values of the people entering the managerial world are generally woke. It is, in fact, because there is a scam, a cartel, actually, that's running the entire thing from within the finance industry and within the investment industry. And that is called ESG, which is 3 letters, another acronym, of course. It stands for Environmental, Social, and Governance, Scoring, and Policy. So what you have is a small number of actors and very large financial institutions who have created this concept of what environmental responsibility looks like, what social responsibility looks like, and what proper corporate governance responsibility looks like, allegedly because it creates long-term profitability, something that investors would be interested in, not just short-term profitability. And they manipulate the market rather than having a free market where companies can do what they want. They get these scores off of this, these ESG scores. And then the major asset managers like Vanguard, BlackRock, Fidelity, State Street, Goldman Sachs, maybe Wells Fargo, and so on, decide if they're going to manage the assets, give investment capital, give preferential loans of other capital to these entities, depending on what their ESG score happens to be. And so I often give the metaphor when I talk about ESG is that if you want to control the bull on Wall Street, how are you going to do it? Well, it turns out little fearless girl isn't going to do it. It's that you put a ring through the bull's nose, and the name of that ring is ESG, environmental, social, governance.
And Lindsay calls it the ring of power, harkening back to the Lord of Rings, the one ring to rule them all. This is what ESG scores are about. I'm going to play a couple videos talking about this in depth, another one from Lindsay right after this, and then we're going to look at one from the Epic Times. But keep in mind, this is how they're going to control you, that no man may buy or sell. Quite interesting how that is coming true on a global scale as we speak. Oh boy. Play the video. Well, this is
scoring, which is run like a cartel, like a financial mafia by a very small number of very incestuous large finance companies. This whole concept grew originally out of the idea of corporate social responsibility, which was kind of floating around 15 or 20 years ago, maybe even 30 years ago, where the idea that we should be trying to pressure companies through various means, including, stock and investment, to take responsible measures for including long-term sustainability, as it were, but also just for social responsibility goals. And it kind of got hijacked into this tool of totalitarianism. I sometimes say it's like the One Ring from the Lord of the Rings, because it gives such an enormous amount of control over such a small thing. If BlackRock doesn't like your ESG score, they might sell all your shares and tank your stock, for example, and they may hold, a sizable percentage of those. They may show up holding those substantial amounts and proxy vote to make sure that you implement these policies. They may withhold investment capital or give you bad rates, citing that you are a long-term sustainability risk. But the problem is that while maybe environmental policy, social policy, governance policy have something to do with long-term success and profitability of a company, and maybe they're even good in and of themselves for other reasons, it is not good when the small number of actors have this much control over the entire market.
Right. It's the centralization of power. I saw a thing on Reddit the other week about that. Like some leftists going, "Oh, even people on the right use central that they centralize too. Everyone does because it's just better." No, it's not better. That's a synthesized person. That's an idiot. Centralization is worse in every aspect. It makes things worse. It weakens everything. Because if something goes wrong in the midst of anything that's centrally controlled to those who are controlling it, the whole system falls apart immediately. It breaks down. Which is why, as a young Marine infantryman, I knew 2 jobs ahead of me. My team leader and my squad leader, or when I was a team leader, my squad leader and my platoon sergeant, or when I was a squad leader, my platoon sergeant and platoon commander's job. Because if it was all centralized with, let's say, the platoon commander, then as soon as he's gone, everything becomes chaos. And again, it's hubris to believe that you can centralize everything and have a small group, a little collection of people know how to take care of everyone and everything. The nature of our society, the fabric of reality of our societies are decentralized. We have our own families. Decentralized. We have our own businesses, our own communities. Again, decentralized. If one business or community or town goes down, not the whole system goes down, just that one. It's like old Christmas lights, right? You get one bad old Christmas light, the whole chain doesn't work. Now, that's an issue of, I believe, what is it, AC current, or AC versus DC current, and the old lights just use DC, I believe. And so it had to complete the circuit. If one light went out, they all went out. But I think it's an apt metaphor. I don't know why you would want to centralize everything and tell other people what to do. I just don't understand that, belief. But I guess these people they believe themselves to be gods amongst men or something. I have no clue. What I would say is that the centralization that has occurred over the years, over the century and a half that it's been going on, that has created more problems and continue to create more problems that then perpetuates their goal of more and more centralized power. So it's almost like an Ouroboros, a snake eating itself. Series and parallel AC was less power loss over distance. Okay. But yeah, there's a lot here to this ESG stuff. I was originally going to play the whole thing, but I have 2 more clips on it, really. And again, I want to kind of push through if I'm going to be done in a 4-hour time period. So let's go to the next video. You can find all this, of course, on James Lindsay's new Discord podcast. But here's where it ties together. Here's where we get things of the synthesis of the Maoist, Leninist, and fascistic perspectives all together.
Talk about Klaus Schwab's Leninist Maoist stakeholder capitalism. That's a lot of words, a lot of big words, but we're going to break it down. So Leninism, Maoism, Klaus Schwab introduces this concept of stakeholder capitalism, and I'm going to read to you from Klaus Schwab so you can see what's going on. But first I'm going to tell you, Klaus Schwab, by the way, is the executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, which is implementing many of the Great Reset changes that we're seeing around us. And he wrote a book about that in 2020, naming COVID-19 as the impetus for the Great Reset, and he wrote a second part to that book this year in 2022 called The Great Narrative. Before we talk about Klaus, I want to tell you something you may not have realized. Van Jones, who was the Green Jobs Commissar under President Obama about a decade ago, said at the time that the movement that they were trying to push as Green Jobs Commissar was going to have 3 components. It was going to be top-down, bottom-up, and inside-out.
Top-down, bottom-up, inside-out. That's an important concept. There is going to be a grassroots movement, right? They're going to get the people in the streets, those who have the slave morality, the herd morality. They are going to be in the streets, and they are going to rise up. And at the same time, all of the leaders of the earth, they are going to push this down. So what's the right to left? What's the from the inside out? Well, he'll explain it here.
He said that the government, were going to take care of the top down, and he was trying to inspire activists to become the bottom up. And then the inside out was going to be to change the culture, broadly speaking, so that it would be excited to accept this new framing. So that was the model, this top down, bottom up, inside out. And the case I'm going to make for you by the end of this is that when I say Leninist, Maoist framework, what I mean is that the Leninism is the top down part, and the Maoist part is going to be the bottom up and the inside out part. Of course, Mao did some top down power himself. Power flows from the barrel of a gun, he said, and he had the guns and the tanks, etc. But nevertheless, I'm going to kind of separate it that way so it's a little bit more comprehensible. We're going to frame this, though, in terms of what Klaus Schwab calls stakeholder capitalism, which he's been trying to push for a number of years, where shareholders are now out. So you see the clear violation of fiduciary responsibility and duty here. Shareholders are now out because the profit motive is too dangerous on its own.
Now, in theory, that actually is there's a truism there that if we're always seeking profit, that there's nothing, there's no other goal, and therefore people will go and seek profit at all costs. I think that to some degree that's true, but for the most part, most people don't do that. The problem is accountability in these giant mega corporations, right? Accountability is one of the biggest drivers of all of these things. And when you de-individuate people, when you strip them of their own autonomy, they don't have accountability, do they? Because it's mass psychosis. It is the crowd, right? Or as Nietzsche said, the herd. They are hidden in the herd, and they know that some of them might get plucked out and picked off, but they have a better chance surviving with the herd.
And stakeholders, experts, handpicked by Klaus Schwab and his group of other technocrats, are going to replace the shareholder in order to make better decisions about how to organize the economy and the people who participate in it and create it. So we'll just jump straight in to the great narrative. There's a few paragraphs from this, again, 2022 book written by Klaus Schwab. Contrary to shareholder capitalism that always saw government as the source of all evils, stakeholder capitalism welcomes the idea of legislative action.
So that's nonsense. Absolute nonsense out of Klaus Schwab. Stakeholder capitalism loves the idea of legislators. Yeah. Well, tell me, Mr. Schwab, Mr. Multi-billionaire, super genius, Dr. Evil type. Why then do we have a multi-billion-dollar business called lobbying in Washington, D.C.? All right, I'm done waiting. Yeah, it's just a false statement.
To define with precision the benchmarks for ESG reporting and performance. Let me pause for a moment. The framing here is in terms of ESG reporting and performance. ESG stands for environmental, social, and governance goals. This is the tool that people like Klaus Schwab, people like Larry Fink at BlackRock have come up with so that investment capital, government regulation, et cetera, can be brought to heel.
Speaking of BlackRock, I got something in the mail, not from BlackRock, but from somebody trying to buy my house, which I get offers all the time for. And I told my wife, I said, $100 if I research this, it's probably from BlackRock. They are acting on their promises, folks. I'm strongly advising you, strongly warning you to get your crap together and get yourself in a position of your own sustainability. Because the implications of this as a system, especially a global system, are terrifying. And like I said, they're I can't remember the guy's name off the top of my head. So is it Peter Zahn that I've been listening to I listened to a little bit last week. He's coming out with a new book, and he's talking about the mass population decline that we've had and how it's about to crash, how it's about to bottom out really hardcore. Remember, folks, the Earth is overpopulated, but by every metric, replacement levels of human beings is not happening. And when that happens, there is going to be a massive, massive labor shortage. And not only that, but the kind of people that would survive this kind of thing in our industrialized society, because they have the skills to, let's say, farm and tend for themselves and hunt and build things and whatever else, they are a dying class and breed because everyone is, well, they're doing this all the time today. They're typing on their computers all the time. I mean, I get messages on occasion from people. They're like, man, like, answer your Twitter messages or do this, this, and that. And I'm like, yeah, man, I get on there for like 5 minutes, like once a week. It's like, I'm not in front of my computer all the time. Now, I do have the TV on a lot, or I do have my phone on a lot, listening to things or whatever, but I'm not going to be a synthesized person. I'm going to do things in the real world. And I think that we would all be a lot more mentally stable if we did that. But the greater point here is that we don't have a culture that knows how to survive in any way, any of this. Now, people in the third world, they might, because, I mean, they haven't developed that much. But we don't. And the really big thing, the really big problem is going to be in the cities, of course. Urbanization is huge. It's all they ever talk about. It's all they ever talk about. And yet those urban centers are going to be the most affected. I mean, the bloodbath is coming. And I don't mean they're going to go out and directly kill people, right? I just mean that the consequences of this. Now, there will be roving bands of people who are trying to steal from their neighbors, who in many historical recordings will go to find children so they can eat them. This is what happens. And I'm not just talking about the Holodomor. That happened at the siege of Jerusalem as well. It happens repeatedly over and over again throughout history because hunger is a survival thing. And you will do crazy things if you wish to survive. And people without morals, people who refuse to be the higher man, well, they will prey upon you the worst. And that, my friend, is the last man. And we'll talk about him by the end of the show.
Under a single banner that is going to be environmentally responsible, socially responsible, and practice what they consider to be good governance. This is a huge scam. We've done an episode on that already, and the scam is a scam because they get to define what qualifies as good environmental, social, and governance policy, and they jerk everybody around with other people's money, namely mostly pension funds. Trillions of dollars of people's invested retirement funds are being leveraged by a handful of plutocrats who have decided that they're going to order the entire economy this way. So ESG is the tool for stakeholder capitalism. So this is where Klaus says that the stakeholder capitalism, he says, welcomes the idea of legislative action to define with precision the benchmarks for ESG reporting and performance. So now governments will be taking legislative action or administrative state action to define what ESG benchmarks are necessary. And we actually see this happening in the United States. For example, the SEC has just recently started to jump straight into this with both feet. It's happening in other countries around the world as well. There's nothing wrong, Klaus says, with governments creating the right incentives and issuing appropriate norms for responsible behavior, particularly when they represent the choice expressed by citizens in free elections. That's democratic socialism.
And mind you, folks, the spirit of the thing, right, that I was talking about earlier with the fascism, you really need to watch Ryan's video, because I'm great at like impromptu, whatever. I'm pretty good at writing, but to get all this together, to have a big long thing where I'm explaining all this, it's not my forte. So I stick to what I know, right? And so the videos are helpful for that. But like the point of this thing is that this environmental, social, and governance score, these are the spirit of the thing. These are the thing that binds us all together, because we all want to be equitable. We all want to save Mother Earth, and we all want proper governance. And of course, I don't know what that means, the proper governance, because they're basically saying, well, yeah, we're going to actually consolidate even more power in the hands of even fewer people than already have it today. And I'm assuming what will happen, as it always happens, is that the very wealthy, the very elite, the very special, proper class of people will maintain all of that. And the real thing that will happen is the dissolution of the middle class. And so that's basically anyone making, it depends on if you're married, if you're not, if you have kids, whatever, like the numbers fluctuate, but we're talking about the people that are making like $40,000-$50,000 a year as lower middle class, all the way up to $200,000 a year of like that upper middle class, or maybe higher. And that's that's where the majority of us fall, you know, and there are a very few amount of other people that are higher than that. In fact, when you get into like the 200, 250s, I believe you're in the top 5 percentile. And then, of course, we know the 1% is like $400,000 a year. It's like $350,000, $400,000 a year, depending on where you live, because your cost of living. That's the 1%. We're not even getting into the millionaire class yet. And there's a lot of those. There's a lot of millionaires in the United States. There's a lot of people that become millionaires for a singular year as well. So that actually, you have a high chance of that happening. A large amount of people move to that quadrant for at least 1 year of their life. But all that's going to be gone. And you'll just have those people who, make the $400 or $500 million if they let them and above. You'll just have the talking heads on MSN, and they're all going to love it, right? The ladies on The View making millions of dollars a year, saying garbage lies and nonsense and having no depth to their souls. Well, they're going to be just fine making all this money, right? What do they care about you? They're going to be fine lying to you when they're insulated by their wealth. Yeah. Reminds me of the movie Children of Men. Yeah, Children of Men is an excellent movie. And it's the future we're getting toward. Like, I make no qualms about saying that. Never read the book. I'm sure the book's actually probably better. So some third world countries are starting the process of turning people towards technology. We're suffering from a few first world problems, really. Yeah, I mean, I'm all about like writing off things as first world problems that people probably shouldn't care about. The reality is that the third world heavily relies on the first world. And so if the people of the first world become impoverished and the industry stops, well, a lot of people are going to die. It's just the nature of the beast, man. It's how it is. It's sad. This is what globalism brings, though. When you integrate everything and make them rely on each other, and then you try and centralize it on top of it. Because if it was just decentralized globalism, this wouldn't be an issue. If somewhere would be fine. But the reason why, if you didn't know, it's centralized globalism. We decide and dictate who's going to manufacture what from where, and decide that we're not going to sustain ourselves. So we've had this reliance on China. Before that, it was Japan. It's just not good planning unless you're planning to fail.
This then gives them the authority to determine societal rules. Governments have the authority to determine societal rules. This is largely for corporations, but also for individuals he's talking about. In the same way that companies have an obligation to report their financial results quarterly or annually, depending on the countries and whether they are listed or not, in the not-too-distant future, they will have a similar obligation to report on ESG metrics. He wrote this at the beginning of 2022. Here we are in the middle of 2022, and the SEC is making this real. Several initiatives have been undertaken to determine the best way to achieve this. The Stakeholder Capitalism Metrics of the World Economic Forum is a major one. That's his program, by the way, where he's in charge. They will converge toward a standardized ESG performance metrics that works across industries and countries, and that is supported by global standard setters. Such initiatives tend to be led by business, but a globally accepted system of sustainability reporting will be a concerted effort of business, governments, regulators, the officials accounting community, and voluntary standard setters. In the end,
a lot of bureaucracy. So I'm going to move on from this just again for the sake of time. You guys can go watch this. The title of it is Lenin, Maoism, and Stakeholder Capitalism, and you should watch all of it. And the center out or the inside out or the left to the right, as I mentioned, that is via the corporations. That is via the equity, diversity councils, and all of that kind of stuff. And so you get this grass movement built up, right? We've already talked about them. That's the herd. You get the superstructures above them, the masters, if you would, pushing down, and then you have, because of that, you have the money makers or the controllers of the flow of production and money, where you have them start to incorporate and integrate these things all together. So that's the long and the short of it. They Live is getting a bit too close to reality for my taste. Yeah. Well, I mean, my intro is satirical, of course, but yeah, I mean, I love They Live because of the notions underneath of it. I think that Carpenter, though, like, he blames capitalism. This idea of blaming capitalism is absolutely absurd. But it's capitalism is a poor word too. When people are like, end stage capitalism, that's what we're saying. We're saying end stage capitalism. And it's like, no, it's like, you're dumb. Like, get your brain off Marx for 5 seconds. You're stupid. All right. You're not watching end stage capitalism. You're watching the development of a socialist nation, not by revolution. Not by revolution at all, but by engineering. That's what you're watching. There isn't some like there isn't some death of capitalism where capitalists get all socialist or whatever. Like, free markets are free markets. People want to build things and volunteer, and most people understand this. They don't think that there should be protections. I mean, people who work for the government, they don't understand it. I know, I used to work for the government. I worked for the government most of my life. They don't understand it at all because they don't run businesses at all. And there are people that work in businesses who don't understand it either. They don't understand the mission of their business. I had some idiot the other week say something to me about something we did. We had corrected a problem at work for a customer, and he was complaining about it. And he goes, "Well, did you ask this, and that?" And I'm like, "Yeah, partner, I sure did. I know my job. I'm good at my job. There's a reason why I'm good at my job. It's because it's in my religion that I have to be good at my job and everything that I do. And therefore, I asked her the question, well, why do we have to redo this? One, it doesn't affect you. And it didn't. It had nothing to do with him. I don't even know why he was mad. Probably because, he's just not a good person. But also, we're in the business of customer service. We want to make our customers happy. That is our goal at almost all costs. It's part of our ethic. And so that's just a business, right? And you have these people that are so screwed up in our society that they don't get it. Well, why did you come work here? Oh, because I needed money. Well, you can go work anywhere because you need money. This isn't the place for you. Then again, we have leaders who won't necessarily get rid of people like that. Now, that guy's not there anymore, but mind you, I'm just saying, it happens all the time. Government specifically, man, like getting fired from the sheriff's department, nearly impossible. You had to really mess up, really, really bad, really bad. They just take incompetent people and then they hide them away. They actually give them better jobs. It actually behooves you to be incompetent in a job in the government. My ex-wife had a government job. And when I left, and mind you, I'm sure it tortured her soul and whatever. I mean, it was hard for me. I get it. But my understanding is that she went from being in the same position she was at in her job. She was working a government job as well, different government, state government, but she had this job. And over the next couple of years, she got transitioned to every department that she possibly could with this job. She was just a secretary, but like every department, because no one wanted her because she was so insane about, her and I. And it's like, well, yeah, you had 7 years to fix this. I gave you, some odd months afterwards, tried to reconcile with you, everything, and you won't stop. You won't change. So apparently you love yourself more than you love me because you're not going to do the things that you need to do to keep me. And so, she started getting shuffled around. Before that, she was in one spot for like 3, 4, 5 years, whatever it was. But this is what people do. They go through these things and they act terrible. No one wants to work with them. And what do you think our society is doing to these people? We're psychopathologizing them, right? So you're getting this increase of more and more people. Now, mind you, she already has her own issues, being borderline and all that. But isn't there a lot more of that today? Isn't it like the popular thing to do? Isn't it propped up? The video I showed you of Thomas Sowell talked about that. Isn't that what Nietzsche was saying about the slave and how the good would be called evil and evil would be called good? Kind of like that passage in the Bible. It's actually mentioned in the Bible a couple times, but So I had this video, I guess it's not so important to play this.
And so amidst,
but from the Epic Times, they had this. Well, we'll just watch the very beginning of this. They had this lady on talking about the Great Reset in the World Economic Forum. She makes it
we got a
quite
chance
clear.
To speak with Miss Cheryl Chumley, who has been researching this very topic, and she has published 2 very relevant books: Police State USA, as well as Lockdown: The Socialist Plan to Take Away Your Freedom. And during our discussion, she laid out the specifics of how the Great Reset agenda is being implemented right here in America. Take a listen. Can you give a brief primer?
So I don't know. You guys can vote. You want me to play it? I'll play it. But it's like 10 minutes, I think. It might not be that long. It might be like 6 minutes. But you can go find it. Right? It's Fact Matters with Roman Balamakov, and of course from the Epic Times. But what I actually care more about is getting and transitioning to the final portions of this for the day. And again, I want you guys to remember that there are many great men that have prophesied in the past and have been correct. And whether that prophecy was because they just read the news, like Alex Jones said, or because God inspired them, or whatever it was, these men saw what was coming and what was going on. They saw the truth for what it was. And one of them was Malcolm X. Now, this is from Black Conservative Perspective. It's just a short clip I clipped. So you'll see him in the very beginning, and then Malcolm X will play, and then you'll hear something at the end. But Malcolm X is a very powerful and thought-provoking leader of his time and has been demonized greatly. Now, he had a rough history, mind you, but at some point, as far as I could tell, he turned to peaceful ways and thinking and encouragement, and he understood the plights and evils against him and the Black community.
Liberals. The liberal is more deceitful, more hypocritical than the conservative. Both want power, but the white liberal is the one who has perfected the art of posing as the Negro's friend and benefactor. And by winning the friendship and support of the Negro, the white liberal is able to use the Negro as a pawn or a weapon in this political football game that is constantly raging between the white liberals and the white conservatives. The American Negro is nothing but a political football, and the white liberals control this ball through tricks or tokenism, false promises of integration, and civil rights. In this game of deceiving and using the American Negro, the white liberals have complete cooperation of the Negro civil rights leader, who sell our people out for a few crumbs of token recognition, token gains, token progress.
Fact. Yeah, it is facts. And what we have from those white liberals is a upper class, a upper middle class housewife society that pushes most of this stuff, or schemers who believe in technocracy and other things such as that. And then what you get is this generation of young people who believe in complete nonsense that have no root in anything. They have no real identity. And so that is what this clip is going to demonstrate. Now, this is from just a short clip from Just Pearly Things. This was actually one of their shorts on YouTube. And they talk about, femininity and that kind of stuff. So traditionalism in a lot of ways, the family. And I want you to take note at the question here in the mindset that the person presenting, interviewing is in. It's insane. It's absolutely insane to me.
Let's say if you end up very unhappy, or maybe you're just like, something can just...
So first off, I want to make a note. Fingernails, hair, she's kind of an attractive lady. I mean, not really my type, but you know what I'm saying. You can see she's got a nice watch on, jewelry. She lives comfortably. And I would assume from the set that she lives quite comfortably.
Just switch, maybe you can just like, oh, I don't like him anymore. Would you stay married to him for the rest of your life? You're not sexually attracted. You don't like, he's just not funny anymore. You just don't like him anymore.
Do we have kids?
Yeah.
If we have kids, it's not about me anymore.
So you would rather see your children grow up in a home where parents are sleeping in separate bedrooms?
So right away, what does she go to? You would rather see your children be hurt by this. Right? That's the white liberal. You would rather hurt your children by staying with their father. No, I'm going to say that one more time. By staying with the father, you would rather hurt your children. No. Leaving the father hurts your children. You are the one being hurt potentially by staying with him. But most likely, you need to change your own perspective and have your own renewing of your mind and understand that the point of your relationship is those children. That some things are beyond you in your selfishness.
They don't talk, they don't hold hands, they don't kiss.
I would rather see my kids grow up in a home where they're at every statistical advantage rather than statistical disadvantage. Because if the father is out of the home, that you put that kid at risk.
Why?
Because life is not easy.
Why? Oh my goodness. Why? Why can't I have it all? Why can't I be a multi-billionaire and have a handsome husband and also a boyfriend and, my kids come out and be perfect and da-da-da-da-da? Because that's not how life works. Everything has a cost, my friend. There's a trade-off in all things in life. All things. And you have to get your head around the proper priorities.
Like it's you might think, as a woman, like, oh, my kid's going to be fine. Your child is just another human being in this world. The world is going to show your kids that they're at a disadvantage.
And we were talking about it because we were talking about mental health the other day.
Yes.
And I was saying, like, mental health isn't a thing in my family. Like, we're all just happy people. And she says to me, that's because you had both parents in the home.
And I'm sure it's beyond that. I'm sure it's because they have good parents. Because there are plenty of people that have mental health problems that have poor parents. And that's a problem too. Their parents are morally inept and horrible. I mentioned it earlier when I started. I was at the store in the parking lot. I was returning to my car. I picked up a few things I needed to make dinner. And these people are yelling at their child, cussing at their child, berating them, basically telling them he's stupid and whatever else because the child doesn't want to get in the car. I don't know the reason why the child didn't want to get in the car, but none of that behavior from the adult was appropriate. And so they just carry on the cycle of abuse that they got from their family and their parents. And why do they do it? Because there's no one there to call them out. There's no church. There's no community. There's no society, real society. It's just the synthetic society. Because if there was a real society, behavior like that would be looked down upon. People would go, you really shouldn't do that to your kid. I've had conversations with people about this. I'm not going to go up to a stranger, but that's kind of my point, right? I'm not going to go up and berate a stranger over their behavior. But friends, people I know, you better believe if I see you doing something that I find inappropriate, and I'm not saying I'm trying to morally project on you. I mean, I'm seeing something that is hurting somebody else, so it's morally inappropriate, and it must be intervened and stopped. I will say something. I am not a coward. But our society, a real society, a collection of people with similar thoughts and trying to raise each other up together to make everyone stronger and better so that we can all shine our light upon the world, well, that, my friends, would tell people that they were raising their children poorly. We used to do that. We used to care to make an example of people who did poorly in that aspect. Now it's encouraged. Now it's all hedonism. Now is the time for the herd. And here's another one. Same channel, just Pearly Things. And this is interesting interview with a feminist. I want you to see how this feminist tries to put this together in her head, and she can't. This is exactly the type of person I am talking about. This is a synthetic person.
Do you think there is any circumstance where it is better for a human being not to be born than to have a life, no matter how much suffering there is in it?
That's really hard. Like, let's talk about Ukraine right now. Like,
I'll give you a better example. Let's talk about slavery. Would you
look at that? Look at that reaction. Let's talk about slavery. Let's get real. Would it be better that we murdered all of the slaves, all the people who are my ancestors? Right? Speaking as if I was this gentleman here interviewing her. If we murdered all of the people who could have potentially been slaves in order to keep them from having that horrible suffering that has brought me into existence today, would that be better? She doesn't even know what to say. She doesn't know what to do. See how she tries to answer this.
Say it was better for a child slave to not be born than to be born and go through slavery, but then potentially have the chance for freedom depending?
Oh, that's really hard. That's it's very subjective. It's very...
No, it's not really hard. It's pretty simple. No. Because through suffering, which is life, I once had someone tell me, oh, that's such a, Christian morality that you have there. And I was like, you don't know my faith, okay? Because you're talking about something that's some made up thing in your head and Christian oppression, which I don't have. My faith is it is a very close proximity to what the early church believed, and it has some aspects of modern thought for my own understanding, and a lot of it's based in Jungian style psychology. But regardless, suffering is endurance. And regardless of what you think about some Christian preconception of that, it is also what the Buddhists believe. The same person claimed to be a Buddhist, I believe, claimed to have some Buddhist tenets. So they don't even understand what they believe. Life is suffering, folks. Suffering and patient endurance is what makes you a higher man. When you have children, your life changes for the better, unless you choose to be a piece of crap and treat your children like they're dogs. Well, if that's the case, don't think that your overlords won't treat you like one as well.
Like, because there are some people who go through shit, and they're like, so statistically and anthropology the highest quality of life is seen in less economically developed countries. So people in like Nigeria and Ethiopia are actually happier than those of us in Western societies, and they've got much less. And it's because, you know, the little things mean more to them. So it's like,
no, it's because you're vapid. You're void of true existence. You don't know yourself, and so you're wrapped up in materialistic things in the synthetic society. Again, listen to this person and how she is synthesized in her thought. She has constant conflict in what she is trying to say, and it will be more apparent as this video goes on.
we look at them as quote unquote charity cases.
They have more meaning in their lives.
We look at them as like quote unquote charity cases, and a lot of westernized people are like, oh, Africa is poor, Africa is XYZ, and it's like, but actually they're very happy. They're very happy with a lot less than what we are, and it's very subjective. It's very like, I do not have the
It is not subjective. It is not subjective at all. They are not a materialistic people. They know that life is far more, let's say, simple. It's actually complicated, but there is a simplicity to being happy in life. It is because they hold certain things of higher value. You hold your narcissism as your highest value. You hold yourself as your highest value, your emotional state as your highest value, and everyone else can screw off, right? If those things aren't met. That is today's modern synthesized person. And the women are the worst of it, unfortunately. I mean, trust me, we have plenty of bad men out there as well. But most of the men are just absolutely, utterly demoralized. That's a problem. That's a huge problem. But, and we'll talk about that to some degree, but it is the women that are out there pushing all this stuff, right? Why do you think Roe v. Wade was such an important issue that the overturning of that court ruling has so many people up in arms when they can still go murder their babies on the regular?
I do not have the power to determine what makes a good life to anyone but myself.
No, but I'm just asking the question, and I'm going to ask you as well.
Yeah.
Like, is there any circumstance where you believe that a life being unborn is better than the life not being born?
So,
do you notice how she's trying to be cute and she's, oh, I just had an idea. Ooh. That is not how you answer a tough question. You don't deflect that way. It's a good. I'm glad they have a man in the room.
A big thing I love.
Yes or no?
I don't. That's it. I don't have a black or white yes or no. But a big fact is, so in, I believe it's Sweden, 100% of embryos screened for Down syndrome are aborted. 100%, because they believe an individual with Down syndrome won't have a good quality of life. And I fully disagree. I work a lot with people with developmental disabilities and blah, blah, blah. And so people are like, oh, so if you got, and I interviewed at Cambridge, and they said, this is the evidence that if you're pregnant and you live in a built up area and carbon emissions, it means you're more likely to have a child with autism. And they said, okay.
Nonsense. Now, maybe it's true, but carbon emissions alone, come on. Do you know how many other synthetic products are in our food supply? The plastics, the xenoestrogens, just the fluoride in our water, the atrazine, right? Turn the frogs gay. Get out of here. High fructose corn syrup. Man, it's the carbon.
Discuss this with me. And I went, I'm not going to discuss it. And they were like, okay, why? And I said, okay, so you're telling me if I live here, you want me to argue about whether or not my child is more or less likely to have autism. And I just went, it doesn't matter to me. And they were like, why? And I was like, because if my child has autism, I don't care. I was like, I will love my child regardless of how it's born.
Yeah. I just don't understand how you can't answer that question.
Because nothing's black or white, yes or no.
Well, it kind of is. Like, you can either think of an example or you can't.
I can think of an example for pro and an example for con.
No, as in, like, is there any example where you can think of that a life has so much suffering, it was better that life was never born in the first place?
Yeah, I can think that, but then I can think the opposite. So you can have some.
I'd say, so the answer to your question then, the answer to the question originally is, yes, as in you do believe that a life, it is better, you do believe there's a situation where it is better for a life not to be born if its life was to entail so much suffering.
But then that is dependent upon my own bias and my own.
Well,
decisions.
We're asking for your opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that's it. You say slavery. Obviously, you'd be like, I wouldn't want anyone to go through slavery. But then there are people who go through slavery who could be like, well, actually, this is my reality.
do you
However, X, Y, Z is good about my life. So in spite of slavery, I've got a good quality of life. Like it's.
So
and I'm like, who am I to tell you that your life isn't good? Like, it's
No, we're just asking for like
a yes or no.
Like it's all it is that can you think of a situation where, in your opinion, it was better for that person not to be born than to go through what they went through in life?
I can't.
Well, then I would say that if you can't, then I would say the answer to that is no. Then you believe that no matter what suffering that life may go through, you believe that that human being born will always be better than not being born.
But no, I don't, because that's it. It's not black or white.
She's got it.
No, I don't, because that's it. It's not black or white. It's not yes or no. Everything is the middle path. Everything, like not everything, but technically everything is the grey area. Because I can say, from my opinion,
moral relativism. No, not everything is a gray area. Things have gray areas because there is nuance and distinction. The middle path is the path to nowhere. The road splits, my friend. The road splits. You cannot just walk down the middle line. I know that there are preachings and teachings, and there are universal truths about balance. I even talk about them amongst the sexes. That's not what she's saying. She's not talking about balancing these things. She's talking about just kind of taking this path where I'm never going to say anything about this on one side, and then over here, well, I'll speak about that because it's approved. What path are you following? Not one carved out by yourself, not one by an individuated person, because you're not. You're a synthesized person. You're going with the flow because it's easier to stay in the herd.
So that's it. My mum didn't want me to be born. She had a mental breakdown 2 years ago.
And this is the crux of it. Let me replay that right there. My mom didn't want me to be born.
I can say, from my opinion, so that's it. My mum didn't want me to be born. She had a mental breakdown 2 years ago and was like, I wish I never had any of you. And I'm there like, my life is really good. And in her mind, she's like, your life is shit.
Right.
Your projection is shit. And I'm like, no, Helen, like my life is really good. And
so mental health. Her mom told her she wished she was never born. Do you think she had a good mother? She then returned and said, no, Helen. Do you think that she has a good relationship with her mother? No. And I know the left goes, wait, you all want to force the people to have babies, but you don't care about their childhood. No, I actually do care about their childhood. I just gave a little rant about that. What I'm saying is that what you're doing, what you encourage, is this type of person who, it's not a chicken and an egg thing, right? She obviously did not come before her mother, but her mother has mental issues. You should never be telling your children you're something exploitative, that I'm not going to say if you tell your child something like that. I mean, you're not a good person. Painful to watch, huh? Yeah. Well, I'm sure you did see this one.
The mother before, during, and after the child.
And I am not anybody to tell you what you need to do with your life or with your uterus. And because I have a family with a lot of special needs kids. I have a brother who's 57 and has the mental and motor skills of a 1-year-old. And I know what that means financially, emotionally, physically for a family. And I know not all families can do it. And I have a step-granddaughter who was born with Down syndrome. And you know what? It is very difficult in Florida to get services. It is not as easy as it sounds on paper. And I've got another step-grandson who is very autistic, who has autism, and it is incredible. And their mothers and people who are in that society, who are in that community, will tell you that they've considered suicide because that's how difficult it is to get help.
Yeah. Okay. So those selfish people who would have committed suicide because, you know, it's hard to watch their children, then leaving their children exposed to the world with no guidance and of course, mental trauma their entire life because, well, your mother killed themselves over your existence. Anna Navarro, folks, I'm sure you've heard this clip 1,000 times in the past week or so, but it is indicative of this problem, this terrible problem of the synthetic society, and specifically here, these out of control women. And the reason why is because of The Last Man, which we are going to get to in a moment. The Last Man exists because men, strong men, men who were higher men, didn't do what they were supposed to do a long time ago, and they sold you out. They were like Esau. They sold their birthright out for a bowl of porridge. It's despicable. It's absolutely despicable. And so we have these women who are then destroying the very things, the very people who could be saving our society. And so I'm going to show you this clip. It's from Jordan Peterson. Well, actually, it's another channel, but it's a confirmation of Jordan Peterson. It's from the Fatherhood channel. And listen to what he says. And I want to tell you a story about Jordan because I've met Jordan. I'm not going to sit here and say like I'm buddies or know Jordan, or I've met him. I've sat in a private lecture with him. And I'm going to give you some impressions of what happened during that. And I'm going to talk about a gentleman. So let's real quick watch this.
Is awful. It's absolutely awful. When I was talking to Franz de Waal, I read part of his book on difference, and there was this section that he cited from a female author who she said she threw up her hands in dismay because she couldn't stop her young boy from playing with guns. She took everything that was even remotely resembling a gun out of the house, and then she caught him one day shooting the toothbrush at the cat. Bang, bang, bang. Instead of noticing that he had this male propensity to aim and shoot that was deeply rooted in her son, she was appalled to the core by his intractable masculinity and believed that her, what would you say, ideologically addled sense of what constituted masculine behavior was so morally admirable that it was perfectly fine to her to be disgusted by the fact that no matter how hard she oppressed her son, he was still a boy. And all of that was couched in this moral terms. And I thought, you witch, that's absolutely unforgivable. Yeah. To see that as such an intrinsic part of your boy's character, and then to throw your hands up in moral dismay about exactly this, patriarchal oppression and toxic masculinity and all of that. I don't know what you make of this, but let's imagine that you have a woman who's never had a good relationship with a man in her life. And maybe this is a consequence of disrupted familial structure too, right? So multi-generational consequence of disrupted familial structure. And maybe the relationships she's had have not only been absent, but bad. That woman has a very difficult time discriminating between male competence and male power compulsion, right? Because it's not easy to distinguish in authority, power and competence from compulsion. Mm-hmm. And so imagine you don't have much experience with that. And so you're so terrified of anything that's male because you've had a pathological history with males. Not that I'm attributing that to the women. I'm saying this is part of this pattern of disruption, is that you're primed to regard any display of masculine will as indistinguishable from oppression and compulsion. Mm-hmm. And so then, well, what are you going to do? Well, when your son manifests that, you're going to crush it because you think it's bad, because you can't discriminate. I studied female and male antisocial behavior, and male antisocial behavior tends to be much more physically violent. Mm-hmm. And so
it's much more immediate. It gets punished much more often. It literally, these people get caught, they get punished, and now they go get put in a system and roll back through. And there's a lot of bad problems with our system. I don't believe in locking people up the way that we do, but you know, I again have over a decade of experience with it. But this is this is what goes on, right? We find the bad male behavior, and they're either locked up or they're ostracized, and that's that. And the bad female behavior, well, you just go, queen. You go, girl. You tell them. You're empowered. Empowered to be a misandrist, which is what the woman he was talking about absolutely was. And the funny thing is, a misandrist will never admit that they are one, but they will always call men misogynistic. They will always make that claim. Just like, you know, the people who aren't racist, when they find out that someone does something they don't like, who, you know, might be black or something, they then start dropping N-bombs left and right about that person. Because it's okay then. This is you know, how we act. This is how the world is.
The people who are imprisoned are male, mostly because we imprison violent offenders, which is kind of interesting. We don't necessarily imprison white-collar criminals, even if they defraud like 60,000 people. But, you know, a mugger, well, we're going to lock him up. And yeah, I can understand that, although not entirely, because defrauding 60,000 people out of their pension isn't exactly nothing either. But in any case, it's almost all men in prison, and it's almost all violent offenders. And so then you say, well, what's the female equivalent of antisocial personality? And that's a tough question because it's much more subtle. But a lot of it is reputation destruction and exclusion, mean girl syndrome, and everyone understands that. You can't play with us, for example. That's a nice expression of female antisocial behavior. And that reputation destruction also scales really nicely on social media. And so one of the things I think is happening to our whole culture is that we're suffering from a radical influx of female-type antisocial behavior. That's cancel culture. That's
boom. Now, you guys know I saw this video before, but I don't remember everything he said. But what I do know is that I'm in alignment with what a lot of people are saying. I have been, and I am writing a book that will be detailed, but not overly detailed, to be quite readable, about the interweavings of all of these things and how the synthetic society operates. And like I said, I met Jordan Peterson. That's my wife. When we first started dating, I got spent a lot of money to get VIP tickets to get a private lecture with another, 100 some odd people or so with Jordan Peterson. I attribute God to my wife, but I met my wife literally 3 days after I read a chapter in Peterson's book, 10 Rules for Life, that made me realize that I was missing a I had the wrong perspective about things at the time. And it was really important because most of it's about the Sermon on the Mount and all, the chapter. And I was missing the mark. I was aiming at the wrong thing. And I was having an internal struggle with wanting to meet somebody that just could see me for me and understood me and love me and all these kind of things, right? The things that, people go through that don't generally talk about or share, but they go through. And I realized I had that person. And I write, and I actually have this written down. It's, and I gave it to God, and I realized that I had that person, and that person is my daughter, my oldest daughter, who's about to turn 18. And I had the, quintessential epiphany, and cathartic release, if you would, and just a sense of like weight off of my shoulders. In like, I must have been the next day, actually. There's the next day or the day after. Met my wife online, started talking to her, went on our first date like a day later, and we have been together since. But see, that's the power of the inner man. That's the power of you getting yourself straight. That's the power of you releasing those things holding you back and getting those demons out of your life. That powerful thing is a struggle to do for most people. When I met Jordan Peterson, and in the private lecture, the private conversation, I should say, a gentleman stood up. A lot of us were dressed kind of nice, you know, and this gentleman was just kind of dressed regularly, but and he wasn't super articulate, and he was saying things like, "Oh yeah, I'm a bow hunter and this and that." And he goes, "That thing where you're talking about hitting the mark and aiming," he goes, "that was so powerful to me," and yada yada yada. He goes, "I'm just some dumb redneck guy from West Virginia." Blah, blah. I'm thinking, "Hey man, I'm from West Virginia too. Well, at least I am now." Um, and he's saying these things about how he feels as a man in society. He's talking about all the oppression and being wrong all the time, degraded and all this stuff. And it was a really tragic thing to hear. He wasn't crying about it, but he was thanking Jordan for helping organize his reality correctly so he could aim properly and strive for a better life. And Jordan said, because the guy actually, he felt like he was taking up too much time. He felt a little embarrassed. And Jordan just put him at ease. He's like, "Oh, he's like, it's perfectly fine." He goes, "I hear this a lot." And he went on. And as you hear him in his lectures all the time, he says, these young men are struggling to hear something good. And forever, I have this soft spot, man, because men want to have children. They want to have good lives. They want a wife who will be loyal to them. And yet we have a whole slew, a large portion of the female population who is just absolutely out of control. Things are turning a little bit back. Things are getting a little bit more balanced, but barely. What do you think that does to a person to go through their whole life like that and to be domineered by the tyrannical mother? I got a few more things to talk about. I think what we'll do is we'll just pick it up next week. Because I wanted to talk about The Last Man. And in order to do that, I had again clipped a video from Externalized, which is a YouTube channel. And this is Nihilism. Wait, let's see what the whole title is here. Can't quite see it. Nihilism and Nietzsche's Worries to the World, and that is about primarily about The Last Man. And The Last Man is where I guess I'm going to have to leave this off, because The Last Man is the real danger to our society, and you'll see why, but I'll have to come back to it next week. I want to get back to this quote that I brought up in the beginning. Our age has shifted all emphasis to the here and now, and thus brought about a demonization of man and his world. The phenomenon of dictators and all the misery they have wrought springs forth from the fact that man has been robbed of transcendence by the short-sightedness of the super intellectuals. Those are your technocrats, folks. Like them, he has fallen a victim to unconsciousness, meaning the things going on in the background that you're not paying attention to. But man's task is the exact opposite: to become conscious of the contents that press upward from the unconscious. So the things that are boiling underneath the surface, it is your job to bring to light. At least if you want to be the higher man. Unless you like being a slave. Neither should he persist in his consciousness, nor remain identical with the unconscious elements of his being, thus evading his destiny, which is to create more and more consciousness. This is the same idea as in Ephesians 6 or Ephesians 4, where, I think that's where it's at, where Paul says to bring all things to light, to expose all that are in the darkness. And as far as we can discern, the sole purpose of human existence is to kindle a light in the darkness of mere being. In fact, that is the center of what Christ is. You do not hold and hide your lamp under a basket on the hill. You let it shine for all to see. It may even be assumed that just as the unconscious affects us, so the increase in our conscious affects the unconscious, meaning those who bring the unconscious and the things behind the scenes to the forefront and expose them to the surface to understand them and to crush what is evil will then reinforce what is good in the background, in the operating system. And see, my friends, that is the issue. We haven't been doing that. We've been crushing the good so that nothing but the background and the unconscious and the things that drive us that we can't see, that we're not aware of, in the darkness, all of that is driving us. You know, Jung had another really interesting point to make about where you need to go in your life. And where do you need to go? Well, it's whatever direction is the fear is at, the darkness, the unknown. What you fear is the direction you need to go in. It's what you need to bring about in order to be a good person, a higher person, the higher man. So didn't get through quite everything, got pretty close today, but hey, that's all right. We'll keep this conversation going. I'll be back next Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern for the Siesta stream. I'm going to try, although I don't know if I'll be able to this week, but very soon I will start Thursday streams again. So there is the potential that I might stream this Thursday. Again, I don't know if I'll have the actual time to. And then finally, guys, and if you didn't hear it before, you're hearing it again now. We'll make a full-on serious announcement about it. But the Ends Justify the Memes is on a hiatus. This you know, is multifactorial. Part of it is Tank, part of it is me. But we're just going to go on hiatus till the end of summer, and we'll come back stronger, better, you know, bigger, better, faster. All that's good stuff. So, guys, appreciate you being here. Thanks for staying with me. I love you. Appreciate you. This has been All Minus One. My name is Bill, and I wish you all well. Well, hold on. I need to get my clip up. There it is.